For the afternoon of February 8th, 2022. Tony, could you please call roll?
Jimenez. Perales.
Here.
Cohen. Carrasco.
Sorry.
Here.
Was that Jimenez saying he's here?
Yes, Tony, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Davis. Esparza.
Here.
Arenas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Han.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
Have a quorum.
All right, we're all here. That's good news. All right, let's please stand if you're able to join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, today's invocation will be provided by Gabriela Sepulveda. She's a local singer and songwriter, and Councilmember Jimenez will tell us more.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Proud to do the invocation with Gabriela Sepulveda. Gabriela Sepulveda is a singer, songwriter, and actress. She is a San Jose native and District 2 resident. Many of you know her from her participation in flag raisings and other community events, where she has performed both the United States and Mexican national anthems. In 2020, she graced us with her impressive singing voice as an invocator before the City Council. She is a young Latina of Mexican Chilean descent, specializing in regional Mexican music. In addition to being a local celebrity, Gabriela has participated on both the national and international stage with appearances on Sábado Gigante, Tengo Talento, Mucho Talento, La Voz Kids USA, American Idol, and in 2017, which I didn't know, and this is amazing, she made her acting debut on the Telemundo and Netflix series Jenny Rivera, Mariposa del Barrio, where she played Jenica Lopez, the youngest daughter of the popular Mexican-American singer Jenny Rivera. Gabriela's multiculturalism and bilingual talent are a true reflection of San Jose's diversity. And today, Gabriela will share with us her rendition of music by the popular Mexican singer and my mom's favorite, composer Juan Gabriel. So thank you, Gabriela. Take it away.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. Cuando quieras tú divertirte más y bailar sin fin, yo sé de un lugar que te quiera buscando cosas serias que me pueden suceder. Me preguntas que hasta cuándo nos iremos a casar. Y yo te contesto que supone que me tienes que esperar. Y dice, no tengo dinero ni nada que dar. Lo único que tengo es amor para dar. Si así tú me quieres, te puedo querer. Pero si no puedes, ni modo que hacer. No tengo dinero ni nada que dar. Lo único que tengo es amor para dar. Si así tú me quieres, te puedo querer. Pero si no puedes, ni modo que hacer. Será mañana o pasado mañana. Mi corazón y olvidar. En la soledad realizaré todos mis sueños y mis ilusiones. Y olvidaré todo. Yo la soledad. Es martes, el día es distante.
Taste the salmon.
Corazón, realizaré todos mis sueños, mis ilusiones. Vamos a no, vamos a bailar. Vamos a Thank you so much, Gabriela Sepulveda.
Thank you, Gabriela. And I have to just say that it is very surreal to hear Juan Gabriel's songs during a council meeting. I hope my mom's watching, so thank you for that wonderful rendition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Nice to
much.
see you
We
all.
always appreciate it.
And thank you. Wishing you a wonderful meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Gabriela Sepulveda, thank you so much for sharing your great talent with us. I'm sorry that the sound system may not have been equal to your talent. So we'll work on that next time, but great to have her with us. All right, we will move forward to the ceremonial items. Several council members would like to recognize important events. Councilmember Carrasco would like to recognize Reclaim Blood Donor Month. And I know we're going to be engaged in something this week, I think, Councilmember Carrasco, in donating blood. Is that right?
We are. We're so excited. Start eating your iron, your steaks and your
I'll be
fish.
ready.
And I want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for bringing on Gabriela. I knew her when, she was this little tiny thing, and she's always had those amazing vocal cords. So I want to congratulate Gabriela and her parents for doing an amazing job. So thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. But thank you, Mayor. And it's always nice to be able to talk about some of the critical things that are happening in our local area. But the critical issue of a blood shortage is happening not just in our area, but nationwide. So it's nice to be talking about this today. And I want to thank also Mayor Liccardo. I want to draw your attention, all of you, to the campaign that he's embarking on to make sure that we're aware of this citywide. We are experiencing a nationwide shortage of blood. So roll up your sleeves, literally, and get those arms ready. We're going to be having a little blood drive on Thursday. I hope all of you can join us. Every 2 seconds, someone in the United States requires a blood transfusion totaling up to 4.5 million Americans every single year. And did you know that approximately 1 pint is drawn when you go and generously give, and 1 pint saves up to 3 lives? And what is exactly 1 pint? Well, that equals about 16 ounces, and 16 ounces, believe it or not, is approximately, let's see if we can do this because my background is interesting enough, approximately a can of soda, Mayor. Wait, there we go, a can of soda. Or for you wine drinkers, a little glass of wine. Okay, it's not working. Anyway,
It's on the screen.
I had a nice little visual. Or a nice little bottle of beer if you're a beer drinker. Yeah, we're having a little party here at the house. But it's really not all that much, and it saves 3 lives. And that's really just amazing when you think about what a little donation can actually do. These blood donations are really an essential medicine, if you will, that allows for the continuity of our working healthcare system, and it saves countless lives. The early months of the year are especially critical because there's such a severe shortage. A lot of it is due because, it's at the tail end of holidays, people get sick, they have the flu, it makes them completely ineligible to donate. And so, of course, at the beginning of the year, we're eager to make sure that people are aware of the shortage. And this is when the campaigns truly begin to raise awareness of this critical need. But in addition to that, really only about 37% of folks are actually eligible to donate. And of those 37% of Americans that can donate, only about 10% actually donate. So you can see how the numbers start to dwindle more and more and more. And on top of that, let's start looking at some of the policies that are really outdated and that have to start, that we really truly have to start to challenge. We have a policy that truly excludes a huge community that is eager to pitch in, to help and to contribute to this crisis. But it's a policy that's not grounded in science, but grounded in homophobic policies, and that's our LGBTQ community who wants to contribute, who wants to donate, but there is no other reason other than this prejudice that we have about sexual orientation and sexual preference, and they are unable to contribute, not grounded in science whatsoever. So let's make sure that our communities are educated. Let's make sure that we begin to look at these outdated policies, and let's make sure that we include people who truly want to help out, and let's start saving some lives. So with that, if you're interested in contributing, if you're interested in donating, we're going to have a blood drive. Mayor, are you going to be there?
I think I'll be there along with Councilmember Cohen and any other member who wants to join us.
I'll be
You're
there.
talking about Thursday. You're talking about Thursday?
Thursday, you see
Yeah.
right there on my little virtual screen. On
There it is.
Thursday from 1 to 3, Mayor, we're going to be at 2731 North 1st Street. I've signed up. A lot of my staff members have signed up. We're eager to have that needle in our arm. We're very excited about doing this, but we are excited about making sure that our community is aware of it. And for those of you who are interested, please, they are taking walk-ups. If you can't make it on Thursday, of course, you can call up any Red Cross or any blood bank. They will be very happy to take you, and I'm sure very happy to have a conversation with you and walk you through it. A lot of people haven't done it before. I have to be honest, this will be my first time getting out there. And so, I'm a little nervous, but my staff has done it multiple times, and they're putting my mind at ease. So it's with great honor that we present this recognition to Ferris Alou and Ken Torin, members of the Board of Directors, chairman of our Biomed Committee and long-term loyal blood donors. Since 1881, the American Red Cross has been leading with the fundamental principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. We're very happy to have them here. I believe they are here. Henry's going to have to help me. We see value and recognize the countless lives that you all have saved and that the American Red Cross has saved as a result of your altruism and goodness. We'd like to have you say a few words, if you don't mind. Henry, have you had an opportunity?
I think I see
There
Ken
they
Torrance.
are. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to pass the mic over to you. Thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate all the good work that you're doing. Thank you.
Wow. I don't know how I'm going to follow all that, but I just want to say how I'm Ken Torrance, by the way, I'm CEO of American Red Cross Silicon Valley. And thanks to Mayor Liccardo, thanks to you, Councilmember Carrasco, the entire council, your terrific staff for this incredible proclamation and recognition of National Blood Drive and Donor Month. Thank you so much. Wow, I'm so impressed with that backdrop and the wine examples, etc. That was pretty incredible. We so very genuinely appreciate your ongoing support of all of our mission at Red Cross throughout the years, and especially our current blood crisis, which is the worst shortage in more than a decade. Giving blood is, as you pointed out, such a simple thing to do, but can make such a big difference in the lives of so many people. And thanks to those of you who are able to give blood at our drive on Thursday, and those of you that are willing to sponsor blood drives in your communities going forward. And it is my great pleasure to introduce Ferris Alou, who is a board member, chairman of our Biomed committee, and a very loyal and dedicated blood donor.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you, our city officials and staff for your public service, and special thanks to Mayor Liccardo and council members Carrasco and Cohen for leading by example. I'm so happy that you're donating this week. This Thursday marks my 97th donation, so I think I am starting my 13th gallon. I'm so fortunate that I'm eligible to donate, as the council member said. A donation can save up to 3 lives. So please go out and help us through this crisis. And I do want to thank Ken and the entire Red Cross volunteers and staff for living and breathing the mission of the Red Cross, which is to alleviate human suffering. So thank you all so much. Please help us out. You can register on redcross.org and get a donation going, or you can use the mobile app, really easy, and you can track where the blood is going, how it's helping others. So again, thank you so much. We appreciate everything you're doing, and we appreciate your service.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. I just wanted to add, Mayor and council colleagues, every year 6.8 million folks are very generous with their time and with their precious gift of life. And so with this proclamation, we honor, of course, the 2 gentlemen that are here, but the 6.8 folks that have given so generously to make sure that all of us and maybe our loved ones are, of course, safe and have saved lives through their generosity. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. See you on Thursday, folks.
Yes, see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Ken, big thanks to you and your whole team at Red Cross for all that they do for our community, particularly in times of great peril. We're so grateful.
Appreciate
all right. Okay, thank you. We'll move forward. Councilmember Arenas would like to recognize and proclaim a day that I'm probably going to mispronounce, so I hope Dr. Singh will correct me on this. It's Saka Nakodar. How do I do, Councilmember Arenas?
It sounds good to me, Mayor.
We'll ask Dr. Singh to correct it.
Yeah.
Yes, it is Saka Nakodar. You said it very correctly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember?
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. So this is a proclamation for Saka Nakodar Day. And this is, I believe, our second year or third year doing this. Because of the pandemic, I'm sorry, I'm gelling all of these years together, so I apologize for that. But I know that the important thing here is that we are not forgetting about this very heinous crime against young university students. And that's back in 1986 on February 4th, 4 unarmed and peaceful Sikh students who were killed by state police in Punjab. India in unprovoked firing while participating in a peaceful religious procession and protest. And we know how important those can be for voices who are unheard. And so today we remember Ravinder Singh, Baldev Singh, Jilman Singh, and Harminder Singh. These extrajudicial killings violated freedom of peaceful assembly protections that are recognized and codified by the United Nations, including Article 5 of the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. And so that's 36 years later. And really the wound has not healed. The families of these young men continue to seek truth, justice, and accountability, including a fellow family in Evergreen. To date, no perpetrator has been brought to justice, but the awareness of the crime has. And so those who exercise their right to peacefully protest should not be the targets of fatal violence that leaves a painful absence in the lives of their loved ones and their communities. And the city of San Jose stands in solidarity with our San Jose Sikh community and our Sikh American families of the victims of Nakodar incident in their pursuit for justice as they continue to build worldwide support. I hope today's acknowledgement of Nakodar incident may help spread awareness and aid in generational and community healing. And now, Dr. Harinder Singh, thank you for being here today. I would like to invite you now, and he is the younger brother of victim Ravinder Singh, to say a few words.
Thank you. So the picture that you see behind me is of my father. He was 39 when this atrocity crime happened. He's 75 today, even fighting for justice for 36 years. My brother was only 19. So we certainly know how to live with the thoughts of my brother and his friends who have been killed in cold blood. We have been coming in terms with it every single day. Our family and that of the other 3 martyrs have lived with this trauma for 36 years. We lost our brothers. It was tragic enough, but followed added insult to injury. It was an other tragedy to live through. No family member could have a last glimpse of their beloved diamonds. My father was the only one who forced his way to have a last glimpse, yet he was cheated and not allowed to cremate their bodies in a dignified manner with the religious rites. Subsequently, we were intimidated and harassed by the Punjab police to deter us from seeking justice. The government and even the judicial system has failed us. In addition to failing to hold perpetrators accountable, the Punjab state government has also obscured relevant parts of a judicial commission inquiry report into the incident. The perpetrators were protected, promoted, and patronized. Judiciary is moving at a snail's pace. In the interest of justice and the legal and peaceful manner, we continue to have faith in the system, determined to fight on for justice and closure. The only closure is a speedy trial of the accused. Let the judiciary decide in an unbiased manner. Had this one done earlier, the long years of impunity to police and political leaders of Punjab may have been controlled. If this impunity is allowed to continue, it will have disaster consequences for families and society. Our sincere thanks to Mayor Sam Liccardo and the San Jose City Council for recognizing 4th February as Saka Nakodar Day. Thank you, Councilwoman Arenas, for facilitating the proclamation. We appreciate you all for standing in solidarity. As you go today, remember, on 2nd February 1986, 5 Sarups of Sri Guru Granth Sahib were desecrated. On 3rd February, there was a peaceful protest. On the 4th February, there was a peaceful protest. 4 students were extrajudicially killed, murdered in broad daylight. Their postmortems done in the dead of the night, and they were burned by the police next day. And 36 years, not even a single perpetrator have been brought to justice. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Singh.
And we are with you in remembering them, and we will certainly continue to to keep the candle lit to ensure that their deaths are not in vain. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Councilmember Arenas, do you have anything more?
No,
Okay.
thank you, Mayor, and thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Singh.
All right. Finally, we'd like to honor someone who's worked tirelessly on behalf of many of our downtown businesses and downtown community, and that's Katya McLean. And Councilmember Perales will tell us more.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And it is my pleasure today to recognize Katya McLean for her service to the San Jose Downtown Association. Katya has served as the Downtown Association's board president for the past 2 years, leading the organization through the COVID-19 pandemic by providing critical support for businesses and enhancing the vitality of our downtown in San Jose. Katya has used her time as board president to set the organization up for long-term meaningful success by uplifting social and racial equity within the Downtown Association and diversifying the board to more accurately represent the diversity of our downtown business owners and stakeholders. Katya is the managing principal at architectural firm Steinberg Hart and has served as a tremendous resource for SJDA's Downtown Design Committee. She has played an important role in advocating for architectural excellence in downtown and has helped move forward some of downtown San Jose's biggest development projects, such as Adobe's North Tower, 200 Park, Modera, Paseo, and Miro. Katya, it has been a pleasure working alongside of you these past 2 years, and I am confident that your contributions to the San Jose Downtown Association will be felt for many years to come. Thank you for your exemplary service, leadership, and commitment to downtown San Jose and making downtown a more vibrant community for all San Jose residents to live, work, and play. And I believe Katya should be on the call. Thank you, Mayor.
She is. Welcome, Katya. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Perales, the entire council, mayor, and the San Jose Downtown Association for the opportunity to make a difference in San Jose and downtown. And I was thinking, what was I going to be talking about today and say, and I wanted to turn it on a positive way. And the past 2 years have reminded me of the importance of people, the people from all races, genders, ethnicities, our support network, friends, the people that we live with, that we work with, the people that keep us safe, but also the people that had to fight for justice and had to raise their voice in order for them to be heard. People that sing like Gabriela Sepulveda, people that dance, that love art, that miss attending events downtown and throughout our city. People in offices downtown that we welcome to come back and support small businesses, but also those micro entrepreneurs that are welcoming all of us to shop and eat local. So I hope I can continue helping my community, designing great buildings, as an architect, but at the end, also to remind others that are people that make our communities vibrant. So thank you again.
Thank you, Katya. Thank you for being there and leading in the tough times. All right. We'll now move forward. We're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I had one request that we hear the mid-year budget review report after item 3.6, which is the Guadalupe Gardens fencing project and activation alternatives, which could give us an opportunity to consider options there. Are there any other changes? Okay, we have 2 members of the community who would like to speak on orders of the day. So we ask you to focus your comments on the orders.
Paul Soto?
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I believe that the Carlisle has been deferred again. So like, why don't you guys just take it up? I mean, it's not going to pass. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that. You're just not going to do it. Not in this economy. Not at this time. It was put on the same agenda as the other one. I'm just like, it's getting to the point where we're really getting like inhumane. We're getting, sickeningly inhumane. And so we have to start centering at least some modicum of shame, or, in Spanish, it's a sinvergüenza. And a sinvergüenza is somebody that does not have the capacity to have shame. And I would put Scott Neese and this Carlisle group in that category. okay? And it needs to be called out this directly, this explicitly, and this affirmatively. Because as a citizen, I get tired of having to do it. I get tired of having to be put in that position. I get tired of being put in a position to where I have to do this because it's very uncomfortable. Obviously, it has bullets coming in my direction. And so I sympathize with the family, with the Singh family. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to protest and to get out there and do what it is that you do and exercise your authority as a citizen within the community and get shot at for it. I fortunately was not killed or injured. However, the Singh family was not as fortunate. So I want to thank Councilwoman Arenas for bringing that to the fore, because those kinds of stories are the stories that serve humanity, not giving a tax break, $4 million, $5 million tax break to the Carlisle, and it's going up right there by Studio 47. Oh no, just go ahead and just take it off the table. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. I would just like to thank the mayor once again for offering public comment at orders of the day. He's using the concepts of his own discretion to allow public comment at this time, and I want to very much thank him for that. I think it's an important way for the future of our public meeting process, and I'm hoping that we can talk more about open public comment for the first 3 or 4 items at the beginning of each council meeting for our future. Thank you.
Colin Connors.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, San Jose City Council. I'm speaking in opposition to ordinance number 30716. This ordinance places an
I think you want to speak on the consent calendar, sir.
Sorry.
I'll be coming up in just a second. It'll come up in just a moment.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
No worries. All right. Is there a motion? Is someone willing to also accept my suggestion around pushing 3.3 just after 3.6?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Let's vote.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Crosco.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas. Arenas. Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to the closed session report, Nora.
Good afternoon. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Thank you. Next up is the consent calendar. I know we have members of the public who'd like to speak. Other items to be pulled. I'd like to pull item 2.7. Councilmember Davis.
I'd like to pull 2.2, please.
2.2. All right. Is that to register a no vote, or did you want to speak as well?
I have some comments and some members of the
Okay.
public have asked me to pull it so they could speak specifically to this item as well.
Okay, sure. So let's start then on item, are there any other items? Okay, let's start on item 2.2, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that I noticed that in the ordinance with the liability insurance requirement, that the requirement for negligent use has been removed. I do appreciate that. Overall, I do still have concerns about this ordinance and its constitutionality, so I still will be voting against it, and I won't belabor the point. I know we've already discussed this at length, so I won't relitigate it, but I did want to have make those comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment on item 2.2.
El Soto.
Yes, Paul Soto from Horseshoe. When this item first came up, I had there's a Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and 14th Amendment issues with it: due process, equal protection under the law, and search and seizure. And the reason why these are issues, Mayor Liccardo, and you know that these issues are there, is that to get a gun, to get a gun like the restraining orders, To get a gun restraining order, that's a civil matter. This is a civil matter. Okay, so what this is the fine line, and this is the law, and you know that this is law. What's going to happen is that once there's a violation of the civil order, that gives them permission to go in and search the house. If there's a suspicion, if there's you don't have your license, you don't have it on it, well, we need to check your house now. You know that, okay, and you know better than to do something like this and to try to pull a con on the public. Now, if you look back at the video, which I watched a few times, if you look back at the video, that Maya Esparza raised that issue. Councilwoman Esparza raised that issue because she saw it. She saw it again for the second time. And then just she asked you a direct question, and then you just kind of like you do. And that was it. But I caught it. Okay, it's there. And I'm letting Councilwoman Davis know, search that. Go back and look at the video, and you'll see the part where Maya Esparza is asking Liccardo a direct question with respect to Fourth Amendment rights. So this is the way that the law is used in order to circumvent the law, in order to come into the house. So this is fact, and I challenge you, Mayor Liccardo, to challenge me on the law with respect to this, because I know the law. Why? Because I've been held to account for it in that dungeon that you guys call prison.
Brad? Brad, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for voting against the proposal requiring insurance and also voting against the fee. I hope that Council members Foley and Mahan will reconsider the insurance portion. I know you voted against the fees, but hope you reconsider the insurance. My concern is, first of all, Mr. Mayor, you indicated that there was no such insurance available at this time. I think the council is apparently, it appears to be virtue signaling with regard to the safety. It's already been acknowledged that this will not decrease any gun violence or people getting their hands on guns that were not obtained legally. And I'm also concerned with the fact that already some gun rights groups have already said that they were going to sue the city. Basically, the city is, as you know, the taxpayers. So me as a taxpayer am concerned with having to defend this ordinance that is certain not to hold up. And again, I think that people who are exercising their Second Amendment rights are being punished, so to speak, to have this insurance that doesn't exist. And again, just want to thank Councilmember Davis for having the common sense and expressing it. Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Just a quick reminder, I'm trying to work for ideas of clarity for the future of the beginning of the public meeting process. Thanks for that. For this item, good luck in how we can all be asking SJ City government how the new gun ordinance fees can be sure to work towards ideas like domestic violence counseling. My own work with the future of accountability and open public policies with technology, there can be, unifying themes for a community and a city to work on and believe in and want to accomplish. And I think if we really set our minds to how this money will be used and where it will be going, I think, if we're all focused on it doing the right thing, and we ask to make sure of that, I think we can accomplish a lot with this gun ordinance. And I think it's a really interesting concept. And good luck to ourselves, in how we address counseling issues and possibly some gang-related issues, services, and such. And overall, good luck to all of ourselves, how we can work together and be unified in this effort. And I think that can create some really interesting things and future for ourselves here in San Jose. Thank you.
Kirk Vartan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Government works when there is public trust. Today, you are voting on an ordinance that had good intentions on addressing Hello? Hello?
We lost you for a while there, Kirk.
Am I back?
You're back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I'm not sure what happened. Can you reset my time? I'm sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Government works when there is public trust. Today, you are voting on an ordinance that had good intentions on addressing public safety, but delivers on none. And what's worse, the lack of public process implemented by the mayors causes more suspicion. While the mayor's heart is in the right place, the need to pass something overtook the need for a fair and public process. The mayor chose not to hold public meetings. The mayor chose not to widely engage diverse views. The mayor chose to ignore the public comments. The mayor chose to dismiss his fellow council members' opinions and concerns. The process matters. Engaging and listening to the community matters. Being honest about the data matters. Being honest about what's in this law, what it will and won't do, matters. The community wants change. The status quo is unacceptable, and making significant changes to our personal rights without discussion, debate, and dialogue tells the public we don't matter. The public opinion is a checkbox in this process, just like everything else. Yet a 4-story housing project has substantially more community engagement than a citywide law. Minority voices are diminished and dismissed in this process. Community engagement was and continues to be an afterthought. Giving poor people a waiver from the insurance requirement does not provide them insurance. The mayor counts the 1 to 2 public minutes of public comment during council meetings as public discussion. The mayor brought a half-baked plan created in an opaque way to this governing body in the name of doing something to address Gilroy and VTA, yet he knows it will not reduce gun violence in our city. For all these reasons and many more, I'm asking this matter be pulled so we can work together on a better approach. I am committed to finding solutions with you. Thank you.
Dave Truslow.
Thank you. I'm Dave Truslow. I'm also a firearms instructor, and I very much appreciate Mayor Liccardo's invitation to participate in a focus group. There are 5 items that I'd like to bring up. One is biannual reporting is mentioned in the proposed ordinance, but the definition is confusing. That can mean either twice a year or once every other year. I would like to recommend, I would rather like to see that it be done twice a year to ensure that we're on target, on track, and delivering results. Number 2 is the proposed ordinance should only fund, quote, evidence-based solutions. The way it's worded now pretty much makes it open-ended. And I really think it's important to be very focused on evidence-based solutions. Number 3, the ordinance proposes to fund redundant services. Mental health and substance abuse treatment is available already for free from Santa Clara County and several areas here in San Jose as well. I don't understand why we need to pay for something that was already available. Number 4, the ordinance is unprecedented and merits a sunset provision. I urge that it be revisited every 2 years so that 4 progress reports, that is 2 progress reports per year, can be reviewed by the council and the ordinance terminated if failing to make an impact, adjusted as necessary, or renewed if it's beneficial. Lastly, I want to make sure that everyone knows that I very much appreciate the earlier comments. I too have been a Red Cross volunteer, and also in November, I trained a group of men and women from the Sikh community because of the hate crimes that they have been subject to. I've also extended an invitation to the Evergreen Islamic Community Center and other synagogue, I should say, places of religious freedom to protect them as well. Thank you.
Jonathan Fleming.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Fleming, and I'm speaking for myself. And I wanted to remind the council, in the 1890s, there was a thing called the poll tax. And that tax was created to stop minorities from exercising their right, in that case, the right to vote. They charged the $1.75 fee, which in today's money is about $18. That was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. Well, today, history is repeating itself. If the majority San Jose City Council members pass this ordinance, which creates a barrier to the free exercise of a natural right via an unconstitutional $25 to $35 tax against its minority residents, well, mainly gun owners, taxing and isolating a group of people based on their decision to embrace a constitutional right is discriminatory. It's un-American, it's profiling, and that's the kind of behavior which our society is trying to remove. At the last meeting, city council meeting, where this was discussed, I believe the city attorney said that a violation of this ordinance is just an infraction, and violating it alone does not cause for seizure of a firearm. So I ask you, why is that language still in the ordinance today? Shouldn't we remove it? Shouldn't it be removed before this thing is approved? On that note, I urge you to vote no on this ordinance. Do not approve it. And let's have some real discussions with our community members. Thank you.
Colin Connors.
Hello. Sorry. Good afternoon, San Jose City Council. I'm speaking in opposition to this ordinance as well. This ordinance places an undue burden on the poor and minority communities by taxing their Second Amendment rights. Due to COVID fear and supply chain issues, residents in these communities now have to pay double or triple the price to legally purchase a firearm. And now we are going to turn around and force a tax on insurance on them as well. This is the same insanity as the tax on free speech or requiring Blacks and minorities to pay a poll tax to vote. It is no wonder a lawsuit has already been filed against us in court. In contrast, the criminals who actually cause death, destruction, and gun violence will not pay the tax because, wait for it, they don't obey the law. So in summary, I, as well as every other resident of the fine city of San Jose, will not be paying the $25 gun tax. Thank you and have a great day.
Brian.
Thank you. That's some really good information. I think this is a consent calendar, so if we're going to discuss the gun ordinance, it has to get pulled, I believe, if I'm correct. As for the other consent calendar, I think there's some discussion for that. I was looking through it, and I would like to see the extension on 2.722-008 continued. I have to admit, I really like doing it online. It is so much easier to and I feel so much more involved in the decision. So I'd like to see that continue. I know that puts a stress on the city's resources, but it really has made a difference. And even after the COVID is over with, I'd like to have some kind of engagement as long as it's not too burdensome, because I know sometimes the virtual meetings could take over the in-house meetings. So that's my feeling about that. About I've known Mayor Liccardo for a long time, and one thing he's not is a liar. He's a pretty upfront kind of person, and those people got killed, over there at the VTA, and thousands more, and guns are the cause of it, not the people. The gun gives a person a power to kill a lot more, but these people also have a right. Criminals don't hold guns, but a lot of criminals get their guns from guns that are not stored right, and they're ripped off from law-abiding citizens. And I think there's a balance here. I don't think if you take along the rights of, the Second Amendment right is to keep the government honest, well, then you better start handing out tactical surface-to-air missiles, because the days of single shots are gone. You have 80 to 100 shots in less than a minute, or maybe we all need to have tactical nukes, to protect ourselves. I don't know. Anyways, I yield what little time I have left. Thank you.
Mark Tober.
Good afternoon, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address this, and I also want to apologize for the last meeting. I was having technical difficulties when you rang me and I couldn't get through. I will be brief. First of all, I would encourage the council to please stop calling this tax a fee. It's disingenuous. It is in fact a tax. Second, I would remind the council that the courts have consistently ruled against any tax on a constitutional right. This will fall under the heading of a Jim Crow tax, and it will be struck down. Third, I would encourage the city to keep in mind that if you pass this, you will be bogged down with multiple lawsuits. I know of 3 organizations already that have it in the works. Fourth, the nonprofit is basically a slush fund, pure and simple. Taxpayer funds are going to be sent to a nonprofit to be used without council approval for third-party operations. Finally, if the council is really concerned about gun violence and gun violence cost, you should address the problems that you already know about. There is something called the Armed Prohibited Persons List. Over 24,000 people statewide, approximately 800 in San Jose alone. No one, the mayor's office, police department, no one has addressed the problem of those people who should not have firearms and are high-risk individuals. Please redress this, send this back to an independent council or study group, broad range of people. Remind you that over 1,000 people spoke against it, 90% plus. Please make sure that if you do have that study group, that it is representative of the broad nature of the community. I thank you for your time.
Todd W.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not sure that implementing policy that diminishes the Constitution is a good idea in any form. And it would really help the public if you had laid out examples of how this would work and how this would diminish gun harm. Looking at the VTA shooting and the Gilroy shooting, I'm not sure that this policy, even though those keep getting cited, would have stopped that. So those are not good examples. The other part that got brought up and was talked about a lot was that there would be no lists of gun owners. People were up in arms that there would be a list of gun owners. And it was, I believe, explained that the DOJ would be the only ones that have the list, but I'm having trouble understanding how this nonprofit firm would get all this money without the list and how it would be enforced if there's no list. So if somebody could please explain that, that would be helpful to the public also. Thank you.
Chris.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor. This whole thing is so highly disappointing for me and so many others in the community, from all aspects of the way this thing came down. And I've got a perspective that many people don't. As I pointed out in my email ahead of the last vote, that I also, like a bus driver at the VTA or somebody at the VTA headquarters, I was employed in a company where a mass shooting happened and I was on duty when that thing happened. So I've got a matter of perspective that a lot of people don't on this particular issue. And, it's just so very unfortunate that the city council feels so emboldened to act on something that's so unconstitutional. They should ask themselves, has City Council, San Jose City Council, in any other manner proposed anything that violates the Constitution as broadly as this seems to do? If those council members are willing to participate in that, and it is deemed unconstitutional, that deeming by the courts will validate your violation of oath of office. To so many in the public, it's that simple, and you're willing to risk violating your very oath of office to do something that will be ineffective in really solving the problems of gun violence. Why don't you instead reverse this decision and go to the public, let the public assist you in solving this problem? There was no real outreach by the mayor. There was no inclusion of anybody on the Second Amendment side of this issue. He merely went to his anti-gun groups to draw up his ordinance. And that's what it's all about, pushing that agenda. Thank you.
Jill Borders.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak to, first of all, I will speak actually to the bifurcation of it. I'm grateful that that was done because I do think they are two very separate issues. And that is one reason why studying this further would be really, really important. I think there's lots of confusion around the liability issue. Even in talking with people over the last week about it intensely, there's so much confusion as to whether or not the liability factor, is reasonable. And so I'd like to know, is it reasonable? And I do think we need to discuss it to find out those answers, because I certainly in my research could not ascertain that. But the thing I am certain about for sure is that I do not want the government, our local government, to name a nonprofit organization to have people who own a firearm to then have to pay that organization. I am so tired of so many nonprofit organizations being attached to, budget line items in our city's budget, or, involved in task forces, or, all these study sessions. I feel personally my single voice, very free thinking voice, is often just not regarded. And we are, seen as just one voice, as opposed to all of these nonprofits who then gather their information together and their masses of funds collected, and then other agendas come out of that. And to me, that's not what local government is. So I'm 100% opposed to that side of it. I am grateful that that was bifurcated by Councilmember Mahan and then voted against by Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Davis, thank you for that. I hope we can study this and tease the rest of this out. Thank you.
Bill Gold.
Hi there. This is Bill Gold. I'm speaking as a resident of San Jose. I support the proposed ordinance. Would also support a proposed ordinance related to fees for ammunition, and directing the city manager to work with the state to similarly require licensing or permits to purchase ammunition.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Want to just briefly respond to some of the concerns raised by members of the public. Dave Truslow raised a good question about biannual reporting. My understanding is it will be twice a year. Is that staff's understanding? I think that was a request that came from a colleague.
Mayor, that I believe that is correct. It was going to be reviewed twice a year.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the funding decisions, those won't be made by the council. They'll be made by the board of the foundation. So I appreciate Mr. Truslow's concerns. I'm quite confident, given the composition of those who have been engaged in that effort, that those will be evidence-based solutions. I know there's been a lot of suggestion of a lack of outreach, and I think what I'll do is tomorrow we'll release a document that relates to the repeated efforts by email and phone that our team, namely Christina and Paul Pereira, Christina Ross, Christina Gomera, forgive me, engaged in to repeatedly contact leadership in various organizations representing gun owners. Fortunately, one of those individuals did respond and engaged. I know Kirk Bartan also met with my staff with several other members of the organization he's with. And we certainly would encourage more to engage, particularly in the discussions around dollars and how exactly they get used. So the invitation continues to be out there, but I can tell you that there have been many efforts to reach out to those organizations to engage them in this effort. And then finally, there was a concern about the armed prohibited persons list and a suggestion that we had not paid any attention to that issue. In fact, as part of the memo that council did approve, this came through several conversations that I've had and our deputy chief has had with the Giffords organization to ensure better enforcement of that state prohibited persons list. And to the extent we are able to, I know there are some challenges with that particular database, and we are working through that, but that is part of the direction for for staff to come back and work on that particular issue, because we certainly want to do all we can to keep guns out of the hands of those who are prohibited to own them. So I just want to make sure that was clear. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate that. And thank you to everyone who showed up to speak during public comment today. I too will not rehash all of the arguments from last time. I did want to ask my colleagues for the opportunity to vote my conscience on these two pieces. I see personally the insurance and the fee as substantively quite different policy proposals, and would therefore just like to ask for the opportunity to vote on them separately if that's possible. So I will, assuming it is possible to vote on the insurance and the fee as separate proposals, I'd like to move that we bifurcate those items.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Foley?
The reason I voted or I seconded the motion to bifurcate is that I agree with a portion of the ordinance, but I disagree with the other portion of the ordinance as I expressed last time when we came to council. So I don't want to rehash all of my thoughts about it, but I'm having real problems with the fee and the or tax, whatever we want to call it, as and the setup of the nonprofit as very problematic and coming to us with not the details or good policy that I'd like to see. So I'm hoping we can bifurcate the two issues, and so that some of us can support the one part that we're already on record voting for and oppose the part that we're already on record opposing. Thank you.
Okay. Let's vote then on the bifurcated. Councilor Mahan, you made the motion. Which would you like to take first?
I'm sorry, are we voting on whether or not to bifurcate?
You already, oh, I'm sorry. There was a motion to bifurcate. You're right. We need to vote on that. Would you instead like to make a friendly amendment so we can simply vote once if the maker of the motion is inclined to accept the bifurcation?
Sure.
Okay. Actually, I'm not sure that there was a motion now I think about it.
I don't think there was a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think there's an underlying motion.
Yeah, there's no underlying motion. You're right. So I think we could probably do this most efficiently if you simply made a motion as to a portion of 2.2 that you'd like to approve, and then we could have a separate motion.
Perfect, thank you. I'd like to move that we vote for the insurance portion of the proposal.
All right. And Councilor Foley, I assume that's your second?
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's vote on that.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Is there motions to the remainder?
I'll move to support the, to approve the remainder of the item.
Second.
All right, let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Mahan,
No.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Councilmember Reyes, I have you absent for the first half of that vote. Did you want to vote yes or no on the insurance portion?
Yes, and thank you for that, Tony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item 2.7, I'm not sure we need a separate vote on this. I simply wanted to ask for referral to the city manager. This regards the extension of AB 361 implementation, allow teleconference public meetings. Want a referral to the city manager to consider that we resume our hybrid meetings on March 1st. Clearly, the data from the health authorities is indicating a dramatic drop in infections at this time. And I'm hoping that we can start to get back to work and back to normal. I think we all understand the risks if there's another variant out there again, and obviously we'll have to pivot based on the best information from our public health authorities. But at least for now, it appears that we're on a pretty good path. And so I would ask for that referral, which I guess doesn't really need a vote, as I understand it. Is that right?
Mayor Liccardo, Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager, and I'd ask Tony Tabor to step in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that action allows us to continue either virtual or hybrid meetings. So it is our intention to resume the hybrid meetings back in person on March 1st, consistent with what we told rules last week, but I do believe we might need approval within the next week or two on that item to even do the hybrid meeting. So people do have the ability to call in.
Okay, wonderful. With that, unless there's other comment, we can entertain a motion as the remainder of the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, let's go to public comment on the remainder of the consent agenda.
Paul Soto.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Point of order, Mayor, is that I would like to comment on this and then comment on the entire consent calendar in total. So am I giving permission to do that? Yes or no?
Hi, this is Tony Tabor, City Clerk. Yes, we're actually taking comment on the full consent calendar because item 2.7 did not need a separate vote.
No. He pulled this item. So this is a separate item from the consent calendar because it was pulled. That's my contention. Hello?
So your time is ticking. There was no separate vote on this item.
Did you? No,
you can certainly comment on both items within your 2 minutes.
You know what, Liccardo? I'll let you do it. This is on the entire consent calendar. We'll do it your way, Liccardo. We've been doing it that way. So, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Everybody just saw that. Okay, and this has been indicative of what's been happening in this government. We're not under democracy. You're on your way out. We got 5 council members on their way out. How this affects the consent calendar is you stack it too much. Now, as we get later in the day, it's going to become, 1 minute. That's what you're going to do. It's predictable. Because you stack this calendar with things that should be talked about, and then you put stuff out there so that it just, hangs, and you get a bunch of people that come in. And you know this because I know it, because when I look at the calendar, boom, I see everything. Now, keeping it, I'll bring it back. I apologize for that, but I'll bring it back. But that needs to be said. Now, this COVID, I'm deprived. Look, during COVID, Google earned $186 billion during the COVID year. You know what kind of peanuts that the East Side agreed with? Not the way I'm from the Horseshoe. I am from the Horseshoe. I did not authorize 200 million. I wanted $1 billion. I wanted $1 billion from Google. And I wanted 25% of that billion put in Google stock. That way, as their stock rose, so was the allocation. And then all nonprofits had to do was just submit their yearly budgets. And I got 4 bullets for that. 4 bullets for advocating for that. Why? Because Councilman Armendariz was the one that was working with working partnerships.
Caller 7574. And press *6 to unmute. Caller 7574, press *6.
Hi there.
Sorry about that. Actually, I meant to speak to the gun harm reduction ordinance. Is a comment on that still allowed?
The action's already been taken.
Okay, I apologize.
Okay, Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. To speak on the African American History Month consent calendar item, I once again need to apologize for my overpassionate public comment time at Rules and Open Government last week. A thank you to Vice Mayor Jones for his continued good work and patience with the Rules and Open Government public meeting process. At public comment time last week on the flag raising for African American History Month, I may not have taken enough time to preface my words and to put into context how an African history and an African American history can be of much help in how we can all move forward together in the next decade as local communities and as a country. As with last week, I'm trying to understand the past important themes of Dr. Martin Luther King as he continually would ask, how can people of low income can also be environmentally aware within their current living situations and as part of the ways to frame social justice questions across the world. I am also incredibly hopeful that the voting rights work of Stacey Abrams from the past 20 years, along with the overall ideas and history of the African American community, can help begin the important work to unify our local communities in our country in this next decade with the concerns of voting rights issues. And in working towards a future where voting rights and policies can be more open and clear for everyone to understand, we are at a time we can all better question how we become overly defensive and reactionary in our voting rights practices as a country at this time. A reminder that there's a new 45-page white paper by the County of Santa Clara on more open, accessible public practices in the future of voting in the county. And finally, a thank you to San Jose City government that has allowed a few additional words of public comment time around community public health and safety planning and practices when continuing the approval of the hybrid public meeting process in this time of COVID-19. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, let's vote on the consent calendar.
Just want to confirm this is for the full consent outside of 2.2, which was already moved upon. That includes approving 2.7.
That's correct.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. All right, we'll go forward to the report of the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council and members of the public. Today, I'm very pleased to recognize our Community Energy Department, which operates our utility, San Jose Clean Energy. San Jose Clean Energy has provided 350,000 residential and business customers with clean electricity options at competitive rates since its launch in 2019. They've also invested $1 billion to add 4 solar, wind, and battery storage projects to the California grid. 2 of those projects began to deliver clean, pollution-free energy as of December 31st, 2021. The first project, announced by Mayor Liccardo and San Jose Clean Energy Director Lori Mitchell on February 2nd, is a 62 megawatt solar and battery storage facility in Kern County, California. This project will deliver renewable energy from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Providing renewable energy in the late afternoon and evening hours will help reduce reliance on fossil fuels, improve air quality, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. The other project is a 225 megawatt wind farm located in New Mexico. It will produce renewable energy around the clock, but primarily overnight. All of San Jose Clean Energy's projects combined will produce enough renewable electricity to power approximately 300,000 San Jose homes a year. I'd like to thank city staff for their contribution to this milestone, including Community Energy Department staff, Jean Soleil, Phil Cornish, Paul Inamoroto, Kelly Morris, and the City Attorney's Office staff, Louisa Elkins. The project developers also deserve a huge thank you. Those are TerraGen and Pattern Energy. And that concludes my remarks under 3.1.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer, and thank you and congratulations to Lori Mitchell and her tremendous team. All right, we are moving forward. There is public comment. Given the fact we're now at 2:46 and we have not yet gotten into the agenda, which is pretty substantial. I think we're going to be here pretty late tonight. We're going to go to 1 minute for public comment. And so we'll have public comment on the report of the city manager. Tony?
Yeah, I hit something where it hid my controls. I could not click unmute. Sorry. Paul Soto? Paul? Okay, I'm going to move on to Blair Beekman.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing public comment time for the city manager's report. I think 1 minute can be workable considering it's a long agenda. And it's been what I've been trying to ask about for this item, for the city attorney's report, closed session report, and for the orders of the day can each be a simple 1 minute public comment time to make clear, certain points of view that simply aren't being allowed at this time. Thank you to Paul, who asked for public comment on this item and that you very nicely responded. And I thank you, and I very much thank you that I hope we can work to open up the practice. And a minute public comment, I feel, can be a good compromise, and that can also work towards a public meeting efficiency that's needed as well. And good luck how we can work on this issue. I think we can do this in a way that can be open and organized and efficient. So thank you for your time and offering public comment.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I hope this is not out of order, but I have never seen you more beautiful than you are now, city manager. I've watched these meetings for years, and today you are exceptionally I'm sorry if that's out of order. I just wanted to say that. To the item, reduction to a minute is predictable. We already knew it. This has been the pattern. And not only that, there are certain members of the public that are coming to these meetings that are paid. They're paid for by somebody. There is some government agency that is paying people to come on here and to disrupt the political process, the democratic process that has nothing to do with city business, but has everything to do with working for someone else's agenda that infects and infests these meetings. And I appreciate the report that you're giving, city manager, because this is necessary. In order for a democracy to function, we must have an informed citizenry. That's what the press is about. That's what the police are about. That's what these meetings are about, is to ensure that the...
All right, coming back to council, item 3.4 is the Office of Racial Equity Work Plan Status Report. There is a presentation. Welcome, Soma.
Hi, good afternoon. Give me just a sec while I pull up the presentation.
Sure.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, colleagues, and members of the community. My name is Sulma Maciel. I'm the Director of the Office of Racial Equity, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Andrea Trong, the Racial Equity Manager, and Chris Cambyses, Immigrant Affairs Manager. The purpose of today's brief presentation is to highlight pieces of the status report that summarizes the activities of the Office of Racial Equity, a look back and a look forward to the next 6 months. We presented to the Neighborhood Services and Education Council Committee in January, where the committee accepted the status report. The council memo provides much more detail than we're able to cover today, as it covers both streams of work, advancing racial equity and advancing immigrant inclusion. I'm happy to announce that the Office of Racial Equity is now fully staffed with 6 highly competent and compassionate people that I have the privilege of working with. You'll hear from Chris and Andrea today, as they will touch on just a couple of highlights that have been essential for creating the foundation for racial equity work, as well as the activities that are in progress related to the Welcoming San Jose Plan. We understand the significant responsibility the office has to support the city organization in making San Jose a place where all people live well, thrive, and prosper. I am confident that collectively, the work of the Office of the Racial Equity and the engagement of city staff will deepen the organization's understanding of racial equity, inclusion, and belonging, and ways in which every department can make deliberate progress towards creating a San Jose that works for everyone. With that, lead us off, Andrea.
Thank you, Sulma. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the community. My name is Andrea Trong, and I'm the Racial Equity Manager in the Office of Racial Equity. I'll be presenting on behalf of the racial equity work that our office has been working on these past 6 months, and then a look ahead of what's in progress and what we hope to accomplish by June of this year. As you all may be aware of this framework, we've adopted the GARE framework, which several jurisdictions have, which is created to advance racial equity through normalizing, organizing, and operationalizing. Normalizing is engaging in practices that actively name the history of government and creating and maintaining those racial inequities. Organizing is building capacity to implement these practices, and operationalizing is the implementation of tools and new policies and practices that explicitly name racial equity. It's also important to note that we're using this framework and that this framework leads with race, but it doesn't end with race, and it also considers other identity intersectionality. Next slide, please. For the racial equity workstream, we have 5 objectives, and today I'll be specifically speaking on the 3 objectives that our office is directly working with, such as develop and implement training and applied practices and programs, building the Office of Racial Equity team and citywide infrastructure, and embedding equity in the budget process. I also want to highlight the other 2 objectives that our office is influencing the work through our Reimagining Community Safety Project and supporting community and economic recovery work. Next slide, please. I'm happy to report that we've had a lot of great progress these past 6 months. And in the next slide, I'll review some key highlights of what that looks like in practice. As you can see on this slide, we're using a stoplight color system to reference our progress. Green means that these activities have been completed, yellow is in progress, and red refers to not being started. Next slide, please. Here on this slide, you'll see some key notable accomplishments from July to December of 2021. And please note that these are just highlights, and there are also more accomplishments listed in our accompanying memo. In the develop and implement training objective, we've executed 2 senior and executive staff racial equity focused workshops. In the build ORE team and citywide infrastructure objective, we've hired and onboarded 1 assistant to the city manager, myself, and 1 senior executive analyst, Dr. Andre Lockett. As you can see in these 3 following objectives, we've partnered with the budget office and completed 2 results-based accountability training and launched a budget for equity worksheet for the 2022-23 fiscal year in partnership with the budget office. Next slide, please. Moving on to what we plan for the next 6 months and what we hope to accomplish by June of this year, again, through our normalized, organized, and operationalized framework. Under normalized, we hope to be coordinating and launching citywide racial equity training opportunities. In organized, we expect 100% of our departments to complete a racial equity action plan. In operationalized, I'm happy to report that we're on track to have 100% of our departments complete a budgeting for equity worksheet this week. Again, our office is really excited to work towards a solid foundation and infrastructure that would support and reinforce racial equity efforts for our city organizations in the long term. I'll now pass it on to my colleague, Immigrant Affairs Manager Chris Cambyses, who will be sharing the great work that they're doing in our office related to immigrant affairs.
Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. As Andrea mentioned, my name is Chris Cambyses, and I am the Immigrant Affairs Manager in the Office of Racial Equity, and it is my pleasure to walk you through a brief overview of the work of our Immigrant Affairs team. So I'd like to first begin by noting that while the Office of Immigrant Affairs no longer exists as a separate entity, the work of the Immigrant Affairs team is closely embedded into the framework of the Office of Racial Equity, which collectively recognizes that immigrant justice is racial justice and that these 2 concepts are inseparable. The Immigrant Affairs team is tasked with helping to build a welcoming city for the 40% of our residents who were born in another country, and the central goal of this work is to facilitate and accelerate immigrant inclusion in civic, economic, linguistic, and social aspects of life in San Jose, while ensuring that immigrant and refugee communities, regardless of their backgrounds or countries of origin, are engaged, respected, and have opportunities to reach their fullest potential. So since the adoption of the Welcoming San Jose Plan 2.0, by the City Council in June of 2021. Our work has been focused on the implementation of community-identified strategies across the 4 pillars that you see in front of you that comprise the Welcoming San Jose Plan: leadership and communications, access and engagement, educational and economic opportunity, and safe communities. So while these 23 initial strategies that fall into these pillars form the bedrock of our work, they have also been joined by emerging challenges, crises, and opportunities, which have enhanced and broadened the scope of the IA team's work, including the strategies to address anti-Asian hate crimes adopted by Council in May of 2021, the arrival and resettlement of Afghan refugees, and other real-time changes in the immigration landscape. Next slide, please. So this slide is a visual depiction of the progress towards completion of our objectives and key results during the reporting period. As with the racial equity workstream, we also use a stoplight system to track progress, and all objectives were either met or are in progress. Next slide, please. This slide provides a snapshot of some of the accomplishments of the Immigrant Affairs team over the last few months. Much like with Andrea's update for the racial equity team, it's by no means comprehensive. But I would like to highlight a few examples of some of those accomplishments. One of those is the launch of our biweekly immigration briefing, which started in November, and that is meant to better inform and communicate key policy and program updates and share events and resources with policymakers. And as well, the design and launch of our educational campaigns for a range of initiatives such as the Central American Minor Program and the resumption of the Central American Minor Program and Documented Dreamers, as well and alongside of the launch of a monthly Facebook Live Spotlight series that covers a wide range of different immigration issues. And I would be remiss not to plug the fact that our next one is tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. and we'll be looking at services to African immigrants, Black immigrants in San Jose and the Greater Bay Area. Next slide, please. Now, again, this is just a small snapshot of what we are currently working on in the Immigrant Affairs team. And again, also by no means comprehensive, but should serve as an example of some of the work in which we're actively engaged. I will highlight a few of our priorities over the next couple of months. Particularly, we're focused very heavily on capacity building for immigrant civic engagement, as well as monitoring federal legislation as we have been on an ongoing basis, and new state legislation with the new state legislative session. We'll be focusing quite a bit on the planning for the naturalization and citizenship workshops and events over the next coming months. And we're also working with the Red Cross to launch culturally and linguistically appropriate disaster preparedness training and support the expansion of their Latino engagement teams within our communities. So with that, I will turn it back over to Sulma.
Thank you, Chris and Andrea, for summarizing the status report. In just a few months, you landed with the city of San Jose and started running. So much appreciation for you both. As described in the memo, all areas of the equity framework are in motion, steadily moving the organization from early stage to growth stage. And while there is much more work to do to eliminate the racial disparities and reverse the effects of things like redlining on communities forced to live there, the city is making progress towards that end. The Office of Racial Equity is laying the foundation for the marathon ahead and sustainable long-term change management while simultaneously supporting the city with urgent needs. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item today. And with that, we ask that you accept the status report of the Office of Racial Equity.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your team's great work and your leadership. Let's go to the community for comments, and we'll come back for discussion with the council.
Paul Soto.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I would challenge that report. Do not accept it. It's inaccurate. I want to know what population is the victim of the most hate crimes in this city. And I want them in order. I want them in order, Office of Racial Equity. You state that hit on the record. That's number one. Number two is that we don't have time to for you to develop your way and means of dealing with redlining. I need a study session on redlining. And I would like to speak at that study session because all I have done is live and endured under those policies for generations. It's sickening. The Chicano is asserting his power and he is asserting his authority to challenge the government on what it is that he has befallen him and his ancestors.
Sandra?
We have a Whoopi Goldberg moment on February 1st. Yes, we did. In spite of both verbal and written public comment informing the mayor, the city council, and city staff that the definition of racial equity excluded specific racial and ethnic groups, the council passed a racially biased racial equity definition. As a minimum, historically, Jews were not included. At worst, it excluded even more. Perhaps all of us, including the mayor, the city council, and the Office of Racial Equity, need a 2-week timeout to reflect on our own racial biases, beliefs, and behaviors. Perhaps more thought should be given to assuring that the racial equity definition includes all marginal communities. Perhaps public input in the future should be given more weight. You need the right definition to get the right job done.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. On the opposite side of the issue of equity and having all these equity items on our council agendas at this time, I think it invites a full community process to understand what we're doing with equity at this time, and can set up a really important study session process that's being asked for, say, by the end of February, early March. And I would like to better understand what the definitions of a broad-based ideas of what equity for the whole city are about that were talked about last week. If we can develop a baseline of equity issues that really concentrate on the initial important ideas of equity, that's unity as a community. Those are good practices to help people who are low income who need help really badly. Good luck how we can work on those efforts. Thank you.
Jeff C.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Jeff Christina. I'm just calling because I'm quite curious about this this report, and just I don't see exactly who it's going to be lifting up, and I was hoping that you might be able to ask staff in regards to really where the focus is and who is going to be excluded, so we can have a real clear idea of how that works. Because from what I've been seeing, I've been starting to follow it a bit more, is this really looks like affirmative action, which again was voted down and has consistently been voted down in our county. So I'm quite curious about that. And hopefully you'll be able to ask some questions that can help. And I'd love a study session so I can come in and ask a few questions to staff to have a better understanding of it. Thank you.
Cher L.
Hi, yeah, I like Paul Soto's idea about having a study session on redlining. That sounds very good. I'm also trying to figure out what's the difference between the racial equity program and affirmative action. It sounds kind of the same. The other thing I'm trying to find out is basically what we've created with the racial equity. San Jose is like 24% white. So we've created this program, racial equity, that includes 75% of the people in the city, right? So I would like to include the white people in the discussion, because typically they're either ignored or they're just called white supremacists, privileged, racist, colonizers. So I'd like to be able to have white people included in the conversation and kind of be part of what's going on and be treated as kind of like at least human people that are part of this human race. Thank you.
Brian.
All right, yes, I would like to agree with having access to all the resources we can to help bridge the divide between all of us, and anything we can do with the racial equity would be great. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right, back to council. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Esparza.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor. It's having some technical issues. Thank you for the plan, the work plan, and the roadmap objectives. this includes the human HR and citywide training for organizational development procurement for 22 to 25. Will ORE be included throughout that process, or how is that going to work? Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Thank you, council member, for the question. I'm going to hand it over to Andrea, who's working closely with the HR department.
Thanks, Wilma. Good afternoon, Councilmember Esparza. Happy to take that question. Yes, we are working closely with our HR learning and development team in developing that RFP, meaning writing the RFP and adding equity considerations and, you know, those the elements that we want from vendors. And so we're working very closely for them, again, drafting the RFP, you know, evaluation and so on. And we hope to launch that this year in anticipation for this June 22 to June 2025.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then there was something I wanted to just pull out, and I'll actually move to approve the work plan.
Second.
There's a second. And I had, before we finish, I did want to pull out one item on, I think it was page 11. This is quite a detailed plan. So for folks that aren't understanding it, there's a lot of detail here. Feel free to download this on the website. Trying to figure out what page it is. Page 11. So on page 11, about the how to report a hate crime booklet. So I saw that we offered it in certain languages already. We are adding Tagalog, which is really important. When will that be online?
I'm going to hand this over to Chris.
Okay, I saw his video come up.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Council Member. Yeah, so our goal is to be able to have that online within the next month or two. It's really dependent on the ability of the printer and the developer of the handbooks to be able to have those designed, printed, and shipped over to us. But yes, that's with the goals within the next month or two.
Okay, great. Because that's a big need. It's a big group in our community, and lest we forgot, we have had some of our Filipino residents assaulted. And so we want them to have as much information about resources available to them. I also wanted to point out, you know, at the county hate crime prevention and inclusion task force, we have had the benefit, and at some point we should probably connect that information a little bit more with the city. We're making some recommendations, and hopefully I'll have something to share with my colleagues, but we've had the benefit of listening to presentations from the DA's office, in addition to our own PD on hate crimes. And it's remarkable to me how much we take for granted locally. We think we're in, we think we're in such an open city and county, and we are in many ways, but the trends nationally on hate crime trend locally as well. African Americans with our Jewish American neighbors are still the top two. And that's a huge concern as well. And there's more things that we're going to do at the county, and hopefully bring it to city to do on that work. But we are also Northern California's largest Mexican American population. It's my belief, after listening to residents and listening to folks out in the community of all backgrounds, and after listening to a lot of the members of the county task force, it's my belief that so much that happens in our communities doesn't get reported, and more to come on that. I was shocked to not see that the booklet was printed in Spanish. When do we plan to print this in Spanish so that we can disseminate this to the community?
I'll go ahead and take that Thank you for the question, Council Member. The printing of these booklets are in the context of our advancing the specific strategies around the anti-Asian hate crime work plan that was approved by Council back in May. So that's why the handbooks thus far have only been printed in those specific targeted Asian languages. I think there's a broader conversation to be had about printing the handbooks in Spanish as well. Part of the Welcoming San Jose plan is a strategy around addressing hate crimes across all immigrant communities as a whole. And this is a conversation that we're more than happy to be part of. But the handbook is available in Spanish. And as we work to broaden our work around hate crimes beyond just the anti-Asian hate crime strategy specifically, we'll be looking at getting them printed in Spanish as well.
So I wanted to talk about that because this is something that we actually talked about it, and I brought this up when this came to council. This was a topic at the county. This is, unfortunately, it's a disease. It's just horrible everywhere, right? And so at the county task force, there was discussion and a vote to not sort of prioritize the wounds of one group over others, that really hate is the disease. And talking about how it impacts different groups and their unique histories when it comes to hate crimes is important. Acting on that is critical. Ignoring it really isn't. And I'm a little shocked that the ORE, which oversees the Office of Immigrant Affairs, is part of that, apparently needs explicit direction by the council to act on hate crime resource materials to any group in San Jose. I'm a little blown away by that. When will the booklets in Spanish be printed? And let me also point out one more thing, Chris. This is where language is, right? We've all been through this. Not every Latino in San Jose is an immigrant, right? So it's just because it's in the immigrant work plan and we plan to get to it at that office doesn't mean that there aren't hate crimes. That there aren't hate crimes against Latinos here in San Jose, particularly with our elders. I know with my grandmother's generation, it is kind of interesting as they get older, they started speaking more in Spanish, even though they spoke perfect English. It's a thing. I've witnessed it many times, different people of different backgrounds. So having that handbook in Spanish, sharing it in English as well, so that allies can spread the word and share it. I think one of the things that we've seen in the response to API hate is how much people want to help. And that's really, I think, the silver lining to this is that people do want to help. They want to step up. They want to be allies. And so when will those in Spanish as well as in English be printed and disseminated?
First of all, I guess I want to comment. Thank you, council member, for your comments about this should be really in all languages, and I totally agree. I think initially when we were asked to come back to PISFIS last year with a report out of that particular set of API, Combating Asian Hate, that we wanted to make sure that we were prioritizing those booklets and paying for them and getting them out as soon as possible. But that doesn't mean that we're going to neglect the other languages. I think there are also others besides Spanish that we need to look at. And so we'll make sure to add those to the queue. Absolutely.
And when can we expect those realistically to be printed and handed out?
I'm not sure what the turnaround time is on that. Chris, do you know?
Certainly. So it's similar with the Tagalog and the other Asian languages that we mentioned. It's about a 1 month, 2 month turnaround time. So we can certainly have those added to the queue. I mean, I do want to highlight that this isn't a attempt to prioritize or ignore any particular community. I'm a Latino myself. These are issues that are relevant to me on a personal basis in our daily life. So I think we are more than welcome to we're more than open to continue to have the conversations about how we can be engaged with these conversations, council member, and I'm eager to certainly be involved in the deliberations you're having with the county's hate crime task force. And as I mentioned, it is a strategy within the Welcoming San Jose plan for us to address hate crimes across all immigrant communities more broadly. As was mentioned earlier, the hate crimes targeting Black communities is something that's certainly relevant and important to us as well, and requires consideration. So we'll certainly be involved in all these conversations moving forward.
Yeah, and I think, well, I won't speak for my colleagues, but speaking for myself, and I'm eager to help and to be a partner. I think that there are a lot of people in the community that do want to help. And I do think that there's a sort of neighbor to neighbor element of this, because one of the things that we found across the board, and it's overwhelming sort of number one that we've learned with the hate crimes task force, is that folks don't want to report it to the government, right? Like, I mean, how many of us have had incidents, not a crime maybe, but an incident happen, and we haven't reported it. And so we really need that to understand how much is happening out there and to whom. But I do think that there's ways to engage allies and the community that really wants to help on this. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I want to thank you for the presentation, but I also want to thank Councilmember Esparza for bringing up the issue regarding the hate crime handbook. That is actually the thing that I was focused on a little bit too. So just to clarify, you're having 2,000 handbooks printed in various languages, not yet Spanish and not yet English. Is that correct?
Yes, council member. So those handbooks were printed as a part of the anti-Asian hate crime strategy. So 2,000 have been printed, about 1,000 have been distributed, and we'll have another tranche of them that will be coming in the next month or two.
Okay. I appreciate that. I'm concerned about hate crimes against our LGBTQ plus community, and I don't see them addressed in these handbooks. So how will we be distributing the materials, the handbooks to that community, and presuming that we need all languages when we address that community, as well as seniors? As a LGBT ally, it's really important that we address hate crime at that level as well. There's, as Zulma mentioned many times, there's an intersectionality, and that's one place that it begins and ends, but also the Jewish community. I'm very concerned we haven't included them in these as well. So how can we distribute these, purchase, acquire, get them out there for the LGBT community as well?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And maybe Chris can add to this, but I also understand that the San Jose Police Department has done some work in this area. And so we just need to work working collaboratively with San Jose PD to make sure that all the information that they already have and the information that we're curating as well gets distributed in a way that's meaningful and actually gets to the people who need the information. So Chris, I don't know if there's any more you want to add.
No, certainly. I do want to echo that we've been collaborating with San Jose Police Department on this hate crime work in general, particularly within the context of the anti-Asian hate crime. Councilmember Foley, I think your comments, and they're incredibly important, and we agree with them entirely, highlight the extent to which this is more than just an immigrant affairs or an ORE issue. It is a whole of government approach, and one that we've been taking and we will be taking moving forward across the board. Our work began with the anti-Asian hate crime strategies and the adoption of those strategies within the context of that work, and the specific strategy around the distribution of the handbooks came from the community, from a community expressed interest in the town hall sessions we had with various different API groups around having the handbooks, and hence their distribution there. And I think the response to that has demonstrated there is a need to ensure that these handbooks are distributed more broadly across various different communities. And we're certainly happy to assist with that work as appropriate. Now, in specific reference to your comments around the LGBTQ plus community and ensuring these handbooks are getting there, we've certainly had conversations with a variety of different groups and organizations, entities that are focused on, the intersection of LGBTQ issues and immigrants issues as well. Back in November when we hosted the United Against Hate Week event, we've made a specific point of highlighting the intersection of LGBTQ hate crimes and anti-Asian hate crimes. So that's very much front and center of our approach to this as well. And again, I think there is a much broader conversation that needs to be had involving multiple different entities about how best we reach out to many of these groups.
Right. Thank you, Chris. I mean, hate is hate, right? So, and crimes against humanity based on hate is intolerable. So I don't disagree with the strategy that you've articulated and you've laid out in your work plan. I just want to make sure that we do not lose track of other marginalized communities who are at risk from hate crimes as well. So I will leave it at that and look forward to more work from your department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Renz.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right, I gave some feedback during our neighborhood services committee, and I just want to bring it up for the sake of this discussion. And I talked about being strategic about recognizing some of the groups that have been harmed over time with some of the policies that have been implemented, not necessarily by us, but previous policymakers, and there's still remnants of those policies currently within the way that we practice and serve our policy and serve our community. And so that's one of the things that I'm hoping that you will be able to integrate into your work plan as you move forward. I also asked about integrating the Promotoras framework and that recovery task force. And you tell me how that alignment would look like, but I think that it makes sense as we are moving through the recovery phase, and there's this recovery task force that there be some level of alignment. And I also wanted some ongoing training for policymakers on how to be anti-racist and how to develop anti-racist policies. I believe Councilmember Esparza in the past has asked for a study session, and I'm thinking because we had kind of a bit of full conversation or discussion last week, and I think it would benefit all of us as policymakers to continue our own learning. Personally, I should not be burdened with somebody else's discomfort or lack of progress. That's not my responsibility just because I'm a person of color. And so everybody's responsible for their own learning, but I do think that there needs to be some facilitated learning sessions, whether they be in a study session. I think that's usually the form that we take here for our council members, so that we can continue to talk about race and equity. And I heard loud and clear some of the concerns about some of the residents who called in. When we talk about race and equity, we talk about, we're talking about the policies that held back a particular group of folks. And historically, that has been people of color. Now, not to say that it is exclusive to people of color. There's also folks who are poor. And this cycle of poverty impacts many different groups: whites, Jews, Latinos, Black community, Asian community. I mean, a myriad of people that I grew up with in my own neighborhood. As I think back, who grew up with me, we were in a lower income neighborhood on Capitol Expressway and Capitol Avenue. And, I had Filipino neighborhood, Filipino neighbors, Vietnamese neighbors. There were white families, Black families. There was everybody in that neighborhood. But one thing we had in common was that we all lived in an area where certain social determinants are going to seal our fate or try to seal our fate, right? And so this work, it's not to exclude anybody. It's really to make a difference for some of the folks who have been marginalized systemically, right? And that includes poverty. So when we talk about race is just one part of it. Equity, on the other hand, it's to make sure that those who need the services receive the services regardless of their race. And so I want to make sure that that's clear also for our community. Lastly, I think that as we are learning of some of the harmful practices and policies that we're trying to undo, that learning also trickles down to the everyday work of the frontline folks. And I use this example about, and you all know this, in terms of where our community centers are, who can afford to enroll in those classes. We made those decisions during the recession based on who can pay for them. And so they're in certain neighborhoods that can afford to pay for classes. Now, if we took this equity, if we centered our practices and our policies around race and equity, then we would take into account who actually needs those services the most, regardless of race. So it's in a poor neighborhood. We're not going to focus solely on Latinos or solely on Black community or solely on Asian community. We're going to focus on the community that needs it the most. And typically those are the communities that are the poorest. Those are the communities that have the least number of opportunities. And so we try to raise the bar for those communities collectively, and not to single any one particular race out. Now there's some perpetual hate crimes against certain communities that we also need to be sensitive around. And I agree with Councilmember Esparza as she spoke earlier. And so we also have to acknowledge that in order to move forward, heal that wound together collectively as a community conversation, and then be able to move forward and then spread that common understanding that we've gained out of those discussions and pass those on to our neighborhoods, our neighborhood leaders. And really through that level of understanding and learning, we slowly but surely start to change the culture within San Jose, and have more people embrace what we are doing versus question what we are doing, as I think that this is the right thing to do for those who've been marginalized, and those who have not may not understand it as well. Maybe they never grew up poor, maybe they didn't grow up with limited opportunities, or maybe they never were followed around a liquor store or a mini mart because somebody thought they were going to shoplift based on the color of their skin. And that's blessed if you've never experienced that. But for many of our children and ourselves, these are micro aggressions that we've had to live with and that we've just put up with. And we need to start changing that narrative. And so I'm really excited about moving this forward. I hope that Councilmember Esparza, that you can take this into account and fold in some of these suggestions into that motion so that we can move forward with supporting our council with the level of learning that I think that we need in order to create anti-racist policies.
Thank you. And if that's an amendment, I'll accept it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco.
Hi, I'm sorry. I had to step away for just a second because I'm doing double time and making dinner at the same time. Councilmember Arenas, what was the amendment?
The amendment was for us to have a study session within policymakers and to continue that ongoing learning, whether it's, a hired facilitator in the same way that we have had before, our the study sessions that we had before, where we were collectively learning and well, hopefully going towards the same goal of embracing a race and equity principles into our policies. And so that level of learning isn't really happening. It's not drawn out, not laid out in this plan for the next 6 months. I think there's a lot of training for our leadership, and I think that's a great idea, and it's leading up also for our budgeting. There's a lot of budgeting trainings to incorporate these ideas into our budgets, but there isn't anything for us as policymakers. So that's what I was hoping to incorporate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Suma, I want to thank you and your team for today's presentation and the work that you've done. And I think that this is just, it's going to be an ongoing process. And part of it is because it's a complicated issue and it's a complicated concept, and everybody is grappling with it one way or the other. And I hear the comments from folks that are calling in that are also really struggling with this newly formed department, and even trying to understand the definition, and the definition is going to be part of the guiding principles of the work. And I've said this from the very beginning. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter not that it doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, if the work that's being done with the office, with the department does not translate on any given Tuesday into policy that directly impacts our community, that directly keeps our community, our residents here, and addresses displacement, gentrification, job loss, keeping children rooted in their own communities, that creates an inclusive city, that continues to support a diverse workforce, a diverse city, that truly addresses the systemic issues that we've been talking about, then it doesn't make a difference. And so for me, it's how do we make sure that whatever you're doing is translating into those policies that translates into improving the quality of life for people. And so I'll just give you a couple of examples that just pop to mind right now. I had a startling meeting the other day with this person will go unnamed right now, because I think that he's someone that the mayor truly respects, that I respect. But I'm not going to name him now because I think he's going to publish his findings soon enough. But it was uncovered that out of the 3,300 students that are graduating currently from Eastside Union High School districts, 3,300 every single year, about 75% of our students are going into minimum paying wages. That's just alarming. 75% of our students, Mayor, are going into minimum paying wages. And then about an hour and a half later, I go into a meeting into one of our local hospitals that tell me that their traveling nurses are getting paid, get this, $250 an hour because of the shortage of healthcare professionals. Well, you know, if we could get our kiddos into more STEM classes, or even as I was talking to my son about it, I'm like, hey, I know what you're going to be doing in the next couple of years. Take out your calculator. Let me tell you how much you could be making. And his eyes were the size of saucers, but his response was, no, I'm not. Or what? How do I do this? His response was, why are we not aware of this? Why isn't anyone connecting the dots for us? Just simple info and access. Simple info and access. And this is the info that our kiddos are just not being made aware of. And we can't expect the parents to necessarily tell them about this because the parents don't have the kind of education or information available to them. So when we were having this conversation, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago about, well, what can the city do? There's so much, and there's so many ways that we can play into this. So much. It's mind-blowing how much we could do. I'll give you another example. My entire team right now, it just rushed out to the Capitol Park area. I have over 800 residents that have been without water since 8 p.m. last night. Can you imagine that happening in some other neighborhoods in the city of San Jose? They have no water. They have no toilets. They have no showers. They have no sinks. They're not cooking in their kitchens. They're not washing their dishes. Now, we all know that sometimes there's emergencies. Happens. But I wasn't informed until just 2 p.m. this afternoon. My team was not informed until just 1:45 p.m. And they're rushing out there. They're barely going to put porta potties right now. And they're barely taking out bottles of water for my residents. Can you imagine this? Let me tell you a little bit about Capitol Park. It's one of my gang hotspots. It's one of my more densely packed communities. And it's one of the areas where I started, in coordination with the city and with the county, where I started Viva Parks. Viva Parks, by the way, was not just, an idea that just popped up into people's heads. It was an idea that started with the county public health department as a way of activating areas that had real, social and public health issues, and we needed to reactivate them to see how we could address some of these issues so that we could maybe coax some of these negative elements out of our communities and reactivate these areas. That's where my team is right now, trying to get water into people's homes and trying to coordinate porta potties in key areas so that people can take care of their personal business. That's been happening since late last night, as people are trying to still get to school and get to work. This is mind-blowing to me because I know for a fact, I don't like to be that person with a chip on her shoulder, but I know that in some neighborhoods, this would not be happening. It would be outrageous. But this is what happens in under-resourced communities and where people cannot advocate for themselves. And so how do we use and how do we leverage this newly formed office and this newly staffed department so that it translates into improving the quality of life for the most vulnerable residents? And that to me is really at the crux of it all. How does it translate? How does it get measured? What is the baseline, Zulma? What's the baseline? Do we measure it by, hey, there's less people leaving the area, more people getting into college, less individuals going into minimum paying jobs, individuals who know how to pick up the phone and say, I have no running water? I mean, there has to be a baseline, and a year from now, that baseline has to be compared to a new reality, a new normal That cannot be what the normal is today. And I won't be here, but I will be a community member that will be just as actively involved, maybe even more so. Because these are those issues that are incredibly important. And so, I guess the last thing I'm going to add is when we did a hearing with the county led by at that time Supervisor Cortese and Supervisor Chavez, one of the alarming things that we saw during the last administration in the White House, and that was about 2 years ago, or it was right before the pandemic actually, and that was a few years ago actually. The number of hate crimes that we saw, the anti-Semitic sentiment in our county had grown alarmingly so. And that was pre-pandemic. And I know that just recently a synagogue was burnt down, and I don't know what the root cause of that was. But I do believe that we need to address that in our mission statement, or in our in the work plan as well. But for the callers that have called in about, where do our 24% Caucasian population fit in? And believe me, I believe in diversity, but the purpose of the Race and Equity Department, or newly formed office, the whole purpose of this was to address the inequities that were happening here in the city, to address those issues that has systematically kept certain groups in the margins, and that had historically left individuals at a disadvantage, huge disadvantages. I just named a couple of them. Leave people without running water and without putting them as a priority in already disadvantaged communities. Leaving children in low-paying, in low wages in one of the most expensive regions in the entire country, completely ill-prepared to help support their families, to help support their parents, to help prepare them for their future. That's alarming to me. It should be alarming to all of us that we're graduating children, young adults, to go out into the world, to be part of the city of San Jose, to be part of our region, and they're going into minimum paying jobs. We should all be alarmed. It does not matter if they're from the east side of San Jose. It does not matter if they're brown kids, if they're black kids, if they're Asian, white. The fact that 75% of those kids every single year are going into minimum paying jobs, we should be shocked, alarmed, angered by that, angered by it. And all of us should be really trying to figure out how to right that wrong. That's a disgrace. That's just a tarnish on all of our records. I'll support the motion, and thank you, Councilmember Arenas, for making that amendment, because I think we all need to continue to be educated on this issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to briefly mention, thank you, Councilmember Carrasco, for your powerful words. I just wanted to mention, I believe the police department was issued a statement that the synagogue was not a hate crime. I await more information, but they did issue a statement. So I just wanted to put that out there so that we didn't have some misinformation there. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. There's an amended motion on the floor. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Lee,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I think Jill will join us for a presentation on the Equity and Inclusion Service Report. Welcome, Jill.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council and colleagues, members of the public. It is my pleasure to introduce the proposed quality standards for centering equity, diversity, and inclusion within citywide programs in San Jose. As the last item demonstrated, these standards reflect the city's priority of equity, and we've worked closely with the Office of Racial Equity to develop this proposal. As a library, our longstanding stated mission is to foster lifelong learning and ensure that every member of the community has access to a vast array of ideas and information. By intention, the library values the diverse communities in San Jose and seeks to support all learners in all stages of life and all abilities by providing the resources, services, and programs they need to thrive. In addition, the education policy 0-30 that arose from the Education and Digital Literacy Strategy established equity, diversity, and inclusion, or EDI by its acronym, as an expectation of inclusive programming that intentionally monitors outcomes and removes barriers to ensure community access. So to prioritize our departmental efforts and coordinate closely in support of the city's work, we created a dedicated position in the library to bring in expertise in the areas of equity and inclusion back in February 2020. We were very fortunate and smart to recruit Carla Alvarez as our Community Programs Administrator for Equity and Inclusive Services. Carla comes to the city with more than 15 years of experience implementing local, national, and international social programs in the nonprofit sector. Since joining the library, Carla has been working not only with the library staff and the Office of Racial Equity, but also with key parties citywide to lead equity working groups and projects, develop tools such as the quality standards before you today, and serve as a thought partner in incorporating equity into the library service delivery model. So with that, I will turn it over to Carla Alvarez in her inaugural City Council appearance. I know that you will be kind to her. Carla.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, council members, members of the public. Muy buenas tardes. My name is Carla Alvarez, pronoun she, ella, and it is my pleasure to present the proposed equity, diversity, and inclusion quality standards for council approval today. Next slide, please. As part of the education and digital literacy strategy, the library has been developing the framework for developing, assessing, and reporting on program quality. The strategy addresses programming for early education, expanded learning, college and career readiness, digital literacy, and now equity, diversity, and inclusion, or EDI by its acronym. Each of these programming areas have developed their own quality standards in order to evaluate quality performance and guide further areas of improvement in our educational programming. All of these quality standards include a focus on equity. This past spring, the library began the development of the equity, diversity, and inclusion quality standards, building on the past quality standards work. The process for developing these mirrored the same development of all existing quality standards for educational programming. Next slide. At the library, we work to advance equity for all learners and diverse needs. We strive to provide everyone with what they need to succeed. And as the Government Alliance of Race and Equity emphasizes, we are race explicit, though not race exclusive, and have been working to remove barriers along varying abilities, disabilities, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, socioeconomic, and language needs. In order to develop the quality standards, a group of library staff researched best practices in equity, diversity, and inclusion, identified at other library systems, government agencies, educational institutions, nonprofits, and the private sector during the spring and summer of 2021. The library then invited subject matter experts to join an ad hoc committee to determine the scope and criteria that would become our quality standards framework. The ad hoc committee met twice this fall, once in September and a second time in October 2021. The meetings for the ad hoc committee were intentionally collaborative so that members could hear from each other and exchange ideas. Agendas and reading materials were shared in advance. Members were asked for virtual meeting accommodation needs to support their participation, and staff held individual follow-up meetings and consultations for those who requested additional spaces and review. Next slide. The ad hoc committee members included a diverse array of dedicated people, from Somos Mayfair to the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, SourceWise, CARE in the youth space. The members represent a diverse range of subject matter experts and lived experiences. Their expertise and guidance provided the framework to ensure we were looking at program quality, inclusive access, and working towards considerations that would lead to equitable outcomes for all community members. We extend our deepest appreciation to those who contributed their time and provided feedback for the development of the EDI quality standards. Next slide. Quality standards provide the foundation for quality assessments and define the outcomes, indicators, and metrics for evaluation. The equity, diversity, and inclusion quality standards recommended by the ad hoc committee comprise 6 areas: anti-racist approach, inclusive programming, data collection and analysis, culturally relevant pedagogy, community involved in programming, and outreach as key to inclusion. Each of the focus areas address issues and concerns raised during our ad hoc committee meetings. Over the course of our conversations, the committee's feedback included the importance of prioritizing resources to historically underserved and underrepresented communities, of intentionally planning for and integrating community feedback into our program design throughout the program cycle, the importance of plain and accessible language, materials, and imagery, as well as ensuring that holistic and targeted outreach is integrated into program plans to ensure that targeted community members learn about and participate in the opportunities available to them. We made the decision to lead with anti-racism and intersectionality, or the interconnected nature of social categories such as race, gender, abilities, disabilities, class, and others, to continually scan for and address policies and practices that inequitably and negatively impact our diverse communities. A key aspect of our discussions included the importance of establishing trainings and tools to build staff capacity to not only understand these concepts, but also infuse program implementation with this approach and ultimately assure that equity, diversity, and inclusion is baked into the very way in which our teams carry out their work as a whole across all levels and dimensions. As a working document, these standards will be continually reviewed, integrating the work being led by the Office of Racial Equity, as well as also planning for additional spaces to continue to integrate community feedback. While the library led the development of the quality standards, these apply to all city-funded, operated, or endorsed educational programs. Next slide. If approved, the quality standards serve as a tool for the library and other city departments to begin to assess and strengthen their educational programming plans. In the coming months, we will continue to have optional meetings for ad hoc committee members interested in continuing to support in the operationalization of these quality standards. The ad hoc committee members will help us identify trainings, tools, and other materials to build city staff capacities around EDI concepts. We will work towards developing an assessment tool for implementing staff, continue to participate in communities of practice in order to identify emerging best practices and tools, as well as working in conjunction with the Office of Racial Equity to integrate this with the broader equity work being undertaken for the city. Next.
Thank you, Carla. And to close out, I'll just reiterate that the program quality standards are intended to be one tool for city staff and partners to enhance equity and inclusiveness in our work. I want to thank the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee for their feedback, support, and direction, and in referring this item to Council for your consideration. As with all of the program quality standards, we are seeking your approval to adopt the standards for implementation. So this concludes our presentation, and we thank you for your time and welcome your questions.
Thank you, Jill, and thank you, Carla, for all that work. Let's go to the public.
Call-in user 1. Call-in user 1, press *6 to unmute. Okay, I'm going to move on to Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. I guess I'll start off first with a reminder that in all of our important work towards figuring out a future of better voting rights for people who have visas in this country, I hope you can be considering, I've been mentioning that we've had some English only laws from the 1980s that as a part of the study session process of equity issues around this, that you can study the English only laws. I think it's an important concept to address the future of equity, and just study it, just talk about it. And it's an important thing to do. A reminder, there is Tagalog, there is Eritrean, Ethiopian languages, the language of Sikhi people. What other languages, Chinese language, what other languages of San Jose can we think of at this time that can be helpful to understand?
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto's anyway. This is a quote from the Honorable Gerald S. Chargan, a judge of the Superior Court of the state of California presiding at a juvenile hearing in San Jose. And I quote, "We ought to send you out of the country, send you back to Mexico. You ought to commit suicide. You are lower than animals and haven't the right to live in an organized society. Just miserable, lousy, rotten people. Maybe Hitler was right. The animals in our society probably ought to be destroyed because they have no right to live among human beings," end quote.
Okay, Sandra?
Very much for that report. Libraries are such an important community asset. Our family had to use it during the COVID from working from home, and we appreciated the hotspot because we had no internet. Today, I felt that several council members listened to comments from the public, but I'm personally looking for an improvement in the racial equity definition. Statements made in this forum will pass with time, but the memo and its definition will live on. So please look at it again. Thank you also for the thoughtful comments and questions I've heard last week and again this week. I've appreciated the stories and they have informed me, and I've found it a growing experience. So thank you for sharing. But I am concerned that we have our prejudice still, and I do, and I know we all do. But in 2020, when we had that terrible heat wave and the fires, my neighborhood was without power for 45 hours. And we couldn't open the windows, and we couldn't go to a cooling center. Thank you.
Michelle Rowick?
Hi, my name is Michelle Rowick, and I'm a librarian with the San Jose Public Library and a member of the EDI Quality Standards Committee. Thank you, Carla, for the presentation. I see my participation on the committee as a culmination of my 14 years working at the library, putting into writing and formalizing the library's commitment to and striving for equity and inclusion. Since I began working at the library, we have always sought to reduce barriers and be welcoming and inclusive to all community members. In my experience, San Jose Public Library is at the forefront of equity and inclusion in libraries. The library is watching, listening, adapting, and transforming in accord with the changing needs and times. The EDI quality standards are goals and ideals put into writing for staff to see what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are all striving to achieve in every interaction. I believe the EDI quality standards are applicable across all City of San Jose departments and will enable city employees to track, measure, and reflect on our progress.
Jennifer Lucas?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lucas with the Central Coast Office of the California State Council on Developmental Disabilities. The State Council is established in federal and state law, and we work to ensure that people with intellectual and developmental disabilities are fully included as members of their community and are able to access the services and supports they need. So we accomplish this through advocacy, capacity building, and systems change. And there's a state council in every state and US territory. And because of California's size and diversity, we have 12 regional offices as well. I'm here today because I want to share my support of the library's Equity and Inclusion Service Report. I also want to express our appreciation for their engagement with a variety of stakeholders, gathering our feedback through both committee meetings and also through one-on-one meetings, and keeping us informed of the ongoing progress. We look forward to continued collaboration with the library.
Cher L.
Hi, yeah, I appreciate all the talk on equity. I wanted to say that, you know, for some people who think it's important for all of us to realize that the grass is not always greener elsewhere. You know, I was surprised to learn that in Los Gatos, they have such a high amount of domestic violence over there, more than I would expect. When I go over to this Cupertino and stuff, I look, oh, it's so nice. San Jose, the whole darn city, we can't get speed bumps, we can't get crosswalks with blinking lights, we can't get anything, you know? And I met a guy yesterday downtown, I would say he's well off. His daughter's up in San Francisco, living on the streets, drugged out. He can't help her, he can't do anything. Please, we all need to realize that everybody's got their own problems and the grass is not always greener and everybody suffers. I don't care where you are. Everybody has a lot of problems. I don't care which neighborhood and things they live in. It's like, I think it's very important for people to realize that. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Great. Back to Councilmember Esparza.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. Yes. Great job, Jill and Carla, team. I had a question. I'm trying to find if I had a question on, have we engaged our disability ombudsman in this process? Thanks to leadership of Councilmember Foley, we've started our looking at disability and access citywide. Have we included that person in the city manager's department as part of this process?
We did have representation from the disabled community and the disability access community, but I think this process may have preceded that.
Okay.
But I don't know if city manager or was going to say something, or Carla. No, yeah, I think we were already doing this work, but that's certainly something that could be, we could engage with them.
Okay, great, thanks. And I lost my place. I had my notes. All right, I lost my notes, but great job. I think I just want to say how critical our library system has been. We've seen it during COVID. Yes, our neighborhoods are different. People are different, have faced inequities that exist structurally and have faced them differently. That is a fact. It is not an opinion for folks that are listening. And I just really want to thank the library for stepping up in a big, big way during COVID, whether it's hotspots, programming. I know at Tully, we just announced virtual math and science coaching. You know, there are so many people in our community that we always say that the parks are the backyards that they don't have, and our libraries are the living rooms that so many in our community don't have and don't have access to. So I just wanted to say how appreciative I am of the work that you're doing and how it touches so many people and families in our community that need it. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, and welcome, Carla. You did wonderful, and thank you for the report. We heard this report in NSC once again, and this was a great report to hear. I love all of the different partners that you brought together to give feedback. I would like to see, as you move forward and garner additional information, that there be more of the promotoras or the community folks rather than staff. I think the staff level is wonderful because they obviously work with all the families and can really reflect those voices. But I think there's nothing like hearing from those families. And I know that you're just beginning to go through this process. So I know that you have a lot more to go through, and I, you know, one of the things that I appreciate from the library is that you all serve so many different types of communities, whether it's that student that's coming in for that exam and needs a place to research or to study, or, you know, a mom and a toddler coming in for a reading group. You're all very encompassing, and always moving with the different needs of our community. And so I'm always very impressed with this. And there's always a very academic approach to work, which I really appreciate. And so I love these standards that you've established, not only for this realm, these quality standards for this realm, but for all of those services that we render for the different ages of youth and children and youth and career services. And so I'm really excited to see how this all looks. I know that a lot of our families go to the library for answers, and I'll just share with you. I know that I've shared this before, but one of the kind of unexpected places of growth and support was from our little library over at Laurelwood now that's closed. It's a school library, and a lot of school libraries were closing as, you know, there was a scarcity in personnel. But when my son had an issue about, and this is when 2016, and you know who was running for president, and during that time there was a lot of conversations that are happening probably in front of children, and if we're not careful, we may introduce a concept that's either too advanced for them, or they just maybe can't understand some of the nuance, and take things literally depending on the ages, right? And so my son was told, there was the first year we were going to go to Mexico to visit. It was he was about 9 years old or something. No, I think he was about 8 years old. And so he got nervous because somebody told him that he needed to return to Mexico, to go back to Mexico. And so he was nervous about going to the vacation until I kind of got it out of him. And it was our school library that provided some books that and added additional books so that the classes could read about, you know, what is happening, and how do we appreciate the differences between us, and how to have these conversations a little more carefully. And for me, that was as a parent, it meant quite a lot. As my kiddo was, you know, he's only 8 and he's experiencing that level of rejection from a peer, and to understand what that actually means, and to break it from him as a person and his own identity, and rather a misinformation from folks and how they express themselves. And so I'm really excited for the generation that is learning and growing up through our library systems to gain that kind of information, to gain this not only in this very supportive manner, but with these quality standards that you'll uphold, that you're going to train your librarians with, and that, you know, up and down the different levels of management, folks are going to understand how this really, you know, impacts us on a daily basis, and how to bring those conversations in a very friendly manner to our families, whether it's reading group or teen activities. And so for me, this is part of the answer, right? This is part of the answer of how do we have anti-racist approaches and policies. This is part of it. So I just want to thank you for the really great work that you've been doing. I know you've been hearing from us quite a bit, and I really appreciate it, Jill, and thank you for continuing to listen and to be willing to have that conversation, that exchange. And that's part, I think, for us, for me, this accomplishment is just it's so huge because the library department, one is just immense, and what it means to our community is immense, is great. And so thank you for bringing these quality standards forward. I'm going to make a motion to approve wholeheartedly in this.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, motion from Councilmember Brennan, second from Councilmember Carrasco. Councilmember Carrasco.
I'm just going to keep it short, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Jill. Thank you for the report, and thank you. I wanted to thank also your staff. I wanted to thank Carla. That was such an amazing report. It was succinct. It was intelligent. It was well articulated. I can see that you've been reading a lot of the books in the library. But I need to tell you, it was such a great presentation, and I just wanted to give all of you kudos for really a really great presentation. Aside from the fact that, as Councilmember Arenas has stated, the library has been such a pivot. It has played such a pivotal role in our communities. Our kiddos really do depend on it. Our families really do depend on the role that all of you play. But thank you so much for really an amazing, well-articulated presentation. I really do appreciate the work that you're doing. So I just wanted to get on record and let you know how much I appreciated that presentation.
All right, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I just found my little note. I just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciated the programming addresses biases, the really inclusive approach, inclusive to different styles of learning is huge. And lastly, the focus on data, I think is great. And I look forward to learning more, but the fact that you've utilized data collection and analysis tools on this, I think is exciting. So those are my little notes, Mayor. Thanks. That's it.
Thanks. All right, other thoughts? I think a round of kudos for great work. Thank you, Jill, and to your entire team. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Han,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 3.6 is the Guadalupe Gardens fencing project and activation alternatives. Before we proceed, I need to disclose a Brown Act violation, which was inadvertent on our team. When this item came before council in October, my staff circulated a draft or memorandum with 4 council districts, and I signed and submitted that memorandum along with Vice Mayor Jones and council members Cohen, Peralez, and Davis. At that time, we inadvertently failed to record outreach to District 6 in our internal tracking system. So when the item was agendized to return, my office had commenced discussions with an additional council office. That was a violation of the Brown Act, so I wanted to disclose that. All right, we're on to a presentation from John.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. John Ciccarelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. I'm here today with Andrea Flores Shelton, our Deputy Director of Community Service, which also runs the Encampment Management Program, Jackie Morales Friend, the Director of Housing, and Nicole Burnham, Deputy Director for PRNS Capital Improvements. I do want to thank and recognize our staff and partners out in the field doing this complex work. It's difficult. It's a daily grind. There's a lot of work to be done. As you can see, even in this memo, we've got 4 departments that signed on to this memo, but we also have support from many other departments. And I do want to thank them, the police department, the fire department, code enforcement, Department of Transportation, and of course, the city manager's office for all their continuing support. We also have many partners out there, not the least of which is the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy, led by Jason Su. We want to thank them for their ongoing partnership and operation, and many advocates and CBOs. So with that, quickly, we can do the next slide. We will update you on what we've been doing since we last spoke in the fall. And then we have other updates and next steps regarding housing destinations, the vehicle trail prevention program. We have some prototype park concepts we want to review with you, and partnership opportunities we'll talk about. And at the end, we'll talk about some of the funding that's mentioned in the memo. And then, of course, we'll be happy to answer any questions and get your feedback. So with that, I'll hand it to Andrea to tell you what we've been doing.
Thank you, John. Andrea Flores Shelton, Deputy Director with PRNS. As you're aware, Council and Mayor, the city is under a corrective action plan with the Federal Aviation Administration to clear all residential uses from the 40 acres by June 30th of this year. The 40-acre area, as seen on this map, is bordered by Coleman to the west, heading to the north, Asbury to the south, and the eastern edge of the 40 acres roughly aligns with Rough Drive and Irene Street. The Guadalupe Gardens clearance project was broken into 3 stages. Starting with stages 1 and 2, the Beautify, SJ, and homeless response outreach teams, along with several contract partners and providers, started to provide notice of the requirement to leave the area and engage with residents on alternative places to live, and completed the cleaning and abatement in early November. After the completion of stages 1 and 2, the city planned a hiatus of any clearance activities during the holidays and winter months. The work resulted in more than 1 million pounds of debris being removed from stages 1 and 2. And to ensure that encampment did not reoccur, the airport laid K-rail around stages 1 and 2, and Beautify SJ staff conducted daily monitoring with an assist by the Parks Division team stationed at the adjacent yard. This is consistent with council's direction to use a human presence rather than a fence after the clearance. This intensive monitoring did prevent 6 attempted re-encampments from staying longer than 24 hours. The success of stages 1 and 2 was also possible by the option of stage 3 being available for unhoused residents and their vehicles. In addition, Beautify SJ worked with DOT and the airport to close Spring Street at Heading to limit the extensive through traffic and illegal dumping. It also allowed us to try and create an allowable space for lived-in vehicles to move out of stage 3 and the dirt and the mud and onto the paved street. Unfortunately, to date, this has not resulted in the use of Spring Street, as folks in stage 3 are not interested in giving up the land around their vehicles. Throughout this project, we have been committed to providing a compassionate approach to the unhoused residents during these very challenging circumstances. As a SOAR site, the area continues to receive sanitation and hygiene services, and we increase the availability and locations of porta potties and hand washing stations. After fires in Columbus Park, just south of the 40 acres, the water access was capped. But the PRNS capital improvement team worked hard to restore the water and change the spigot to one that would withstand vandalism and provide an ongoing source of water to the residents. And to combat illegal dumping, Beautify had to remove the dumpsters for the unhoused residents, but we replaced it with weekly trash service. And last week, Beautify installed a video camera and license plate reader at the trailheads at Heading. So given the complexities of stage 3 and the increased activity beyond stage 3 into the trail, Beautify SJ starts this month, given the shining weather, on the outreach and cleanup efforts. This does not include moving people. It focuses on removing inoperable vehicles on the trail, and it's in preparation for the vehicle prevention project that Nicole Burnham will outline in further detail. We will also be messaging to the unhoused residents that large non-cooperative encampments in stage 3 need to shrink. There will be a concerted effort to incentivize more folks to move to Spring Street and reduce the size of encampments. And all throughout this entire process, Home First continues the housing problem solving, which to date has resulted in positive results for 54 people. And finally, staff continues to align the abatement of stage 3 with the availability of housing options and RV locations. This is consistent with our current encampment management strategy that strives to link abatement with adequate supply of housing options whenever possible, and not move encampments around and potentially into neighborhoods waterways, highways, and business corridors. We want to bring to council and the community's attention that the June 30th deadline is no longer feasible. And we believe that the progress made toward the ultimate intention, which is to clear the entire site, is being viewed favorably by the FAA. But at this time, we do recommend delaying the clearance of stage 3 until more housing options are available in the early fall. And with that, I will pass it over to Jackie Morales-Fernan.
Sorry, I did the not mute thing. All right, I'm Jackie Morales-Fernan. I'm the Director of Housing. Thank you for Andrea for passing it along to me. First of all, I wanted to just take a moment to thank our primary partners in trying to resolve the housing issues. Home First is our key provider in this area, but I also want to recognize that we couldn't be doing this work without the Office of Supportive Housing, the Behavioral Health Department from the county, and in addition, we have several other smaller nonprofits that we're working with who have clients here, which include the Amigos de Guadalupe, Goodwill Vets Program, Dignity on Wheels, and Life Moves. When we first completed our assessment of the site, it was estimated that approximately 200 people were living on the 40 acres of airport land. Currently, we estimate there are approximately 100 to 109 people left on the site in phase 3 and a portion of the trail from Heading to Taylor. We have not completed the count of people living all along the Guadalupe Trail yet. Home First has been working diligently to connect residents with services and housing. Specifically, 54 people have been assisted through their efforts. 22 people have moved into housing using a variety of tools that include housing problem solving. Housing problem solving is a person-centered approach that uses engagement to explore options to assist people to resolve their own housing with minimal assistance. Sometimes this means paying for someone's deposit or clearing up past credit issues or helping them to obtain documents needed to apply for an apartment. Other people need long-term housing solutions, which include rapid rehousing, which is a time-limited rental assistance, or permanent supportive housing, which isn't necessarily time-limited and includes a placement usually in an affordable housing development. Next slide. We will continue to use the existing programs, which is what we have been doing right now. However, to effectively house the people living in the Guadalupe Gardens, we need new resources and programs. We are working on a package of services and programs to address the housing needs. We have unfortunately encountered challenges, and while we are not giving up, finding solutions are needed in order to implement a successful response. So first, I just want to provide an overview of the challenges we've encountered. Given that there are 66 households with vehicles on the site, having a safe parking site is key to ensuring that the vehicles do not move into the surrounding neighborhoods or business areas once the site is closed. We know that some people will not choose to leave their RV or cars behind because it is their home, and they will only consider leaving their vehicle if a permanent housing solution is provided instead of a shelter or interim facility. The department has identified an operator through an RFP process, and we are negotiating with the VTA for a site. However, we have not been able to reach a mutual agreement with the VTA, and therefore we continue to look for another location with the assistance of the city manager's office. The county has recently informed me that they will be releasing surplus sites within the next month, so we are hoping that one of the sites will result in an opportunity to locate a safe parking program, although there are no guarantees. Another vehicle solution is a mobile mechanic or car repair program. Some of the vehicles on the site are inoperable or not safe for the owner to move. A repair program would fix the car so that it is operable, and for some people, this will allow them to move off the site to either a housing solution or a safe parking option. Home First is currently looking for an operator for this program. And finally, the delay of Lot E or the Guadalupe interim site has created an additional challenge. This site created new housing placement opportunities so that we were not relying merely on turnover of existing housing options. This site also provides an opportunity to provide an interim solution with employment and training. So while we have faced challenges, the Housing Department has not given up, and we've identified new housing solutions. The first one is expanding the care coordination project run by the county. We're working with the Office of Supportive Housing to expand our investment in the care coordination program, which links services with housing. One of the challenges we have in housing is that many of the programs that fund these opportunities fund either the housing or they fund services, but they don't fund both. This requires the county to piecemeal a viable program that provides both of these things together. The city currently has an agreement that dates back from the jungle when we established a partnership with the county, and it allowed us to create a priority for housing the people that were living in encampments. An expansion of this program would allow us to target people living in this particular encampment. Our preliminary conversations with the county has been positive, and we are targeting including this activity in the Measure E funding plan when it comes before you in May. If we could receive funding now for this program, it would accelerate our efforts to house people sooner versus later. Another opportunity that's come before us is the home key sites. The Housing Department is partnering with 2 applicants who are going to be providing interim housing. One application has already been submitted and may be able to provide up to 89 rooms. Another site would provide up to 72 rooms. We anticipate hearing from the state in the next 45 days. We need to return to council to accept the funding, close on the site, and of course would need some time to staff up the facility. But given the steps needed to open the site, we anticipate being able to shelter people sometime beginning this summer. So in summary, we are close to developing new housing solutions that will allow us to offer the much needed housing and shelter options so that the people who are living currently at the Guadalupe site are not pushed into surrounding neighborhoods or drive off into other business districts. Once we can confirm a package of housing options, we can confirm a date and when we can effectively close the site, which we believe early fall would be achievable. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. I'm Nicole Burnham, Deputy Director with Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. I'm going to pivot us into talking about the trail and then the prototype park that was discussed in the memorandum. We recognize certainly the condition in and around the gardens is impacting the Guadalupe River Trail and its users. It's clear that vehicular trespass is a growing problem, and it's impacting use of the trail and also the environmental integrity of the riparian corridor. The Resilience Corps' trail safety team has been working along Guadalupe River Trail since August of 2021, and in that time has removed 327 cubic yards of vegetation and over 100 bags of trash, in addition to having completed numerous beautification projects. While their effort has improved the trail condition, it has not reduced the issue of vehicle trespass. Next slide. To that end, staff evaluated the trail conditions between Coleman Avenue and Heading Street. This is the trail segment where most reports of vehicle trespass have been reported to staff. There are 2 major work items associated with preventing vehicle access to the trail. One is preventing access at trailheads from public streets, those locations where cyclists and pedestrians would enter the trail. The other is unauthorized access points that occur between these streets along the undeveloped edge of the gardens. Staff proposes the use of K-rails or bollards at strategic locations to close off the unauthorized access points, such as along Irene Street. The intent is to balance the goal of preventing access while preserving visibility of the trail. Limiting access at the trailheads is something that requires careful consideration. The trailheads are used by emergency response vehicles excuse me, to access remote sections of trail, and the installation of bollards can slow response time. Bollards also present an obstruction in the trail to cyclists and can cause injury if placed incorrectly or not made clearly visible. And previously installed bollards have been stolen, leading staff to need to evaluate different styles of bollards and locking mechanisms. The staff memo outlines a concept for installation of deterrent, but the plan needs funding for design and construction, and also review and analysis by transportation engineers to ensure compliance with design guidelines and standards for trail design. The project's design must also include and resolve a logistical challenge in that prior to installation of vehicle access barriers, all vehicles need to be removed from the area. This will require coordination with and resources of police, housing, PRNS, Public Works, and other departments and partners. Next slide. In October, staff was directed to identify short and mid-range plans to activate the approximately 40 acres Guadalupe Gardens area. We established 3 goals for developing the plan. The first was compliance with FAA requirements. The second was consistency with the 2002 master plan for the site. The third was to identify uses that sparked community interest to ensure there would be active recreational users at the site. Working with Guadalupe River Park Conservancy, staff conducted outreach in the form of a community meeting and an online survey. With almost 600 responses to the survey, there was strong community interest in activities like community gardens and disc golf. We also saw considerable interest in activities like roller skating and pickleball. However, these uses are not proposed at this time as they may necessitate changes to the master plan. We can consider them as part of future longer-term plans for the park. The prototype park plan reflects one potential combination of low-intensity uses aligned with FAA operational objectives and meets the 3 goals we had set out for the project. It's important to note that this is just one of many possible combinations of activities, and staff recommends that additional community outreach be conducted after receiving council feedback today. Feedback may alter the allocation of space, and we will also continue to make sure it meets the FAA objective. The prototype park layout provides for a disc golf course, a large dog park of over 5 acres, walking paths and wildflower meadows that could be converted in the future to community gardens and urban agriculture by working with partners. Next slide. So I want to address exactly how what we're thinking about urban agriculture as we move forward. As part of our staff work through the fall, in addition to the community outreach, Guadalupe River Park Conservancy helped staff assess whether nonprofit partners may have interest in using the space for urban agriculture. All of the partners contacted expressed interest, and the survey supported broader community interest in this use as well. Staff consider this to be a mid-range implementation effort because certain issues need to be addressed before we can move forward with this use. For example, there is an understanding that the FAA requires any use to generate fair market value rent. This requirement is cost prohibitive for nonprofit partners. Staff need to conduct further coordination with the FAA on this matter before engaging with partners. Since it's a public space, a request for proposals would need to be issued to identify a potential partner or partners to occupy the space, and capital improvements may be needed to ready the space for public use. In addition, ongoing soil sampling could place certain restrictions on future uses. Results of that work should be available in late May or June. Staff recommends that we continue to advance the idea of urban agriculture while implementing other prototype park uses like disc golf and a dog park. And with that, I will turn it back to John Ciccarelli.
Thank you, Nicole. So the last 2 slides, this table is a summary of some of the funding issues, and it's generally speaking, it's in the memo, but there are 3 things I wanted to briefly highlight. So along the left column, we have the listed items. So in the second from the left on the current allocations, that column are those are things we've already funded as a city. That's money that's already appropriated. But in particular, I want you to look at the third one for 150,000, the physical deterrence. And the reason I want to point that one out is that was allocated for physical deterrence prior to us being here today, and it was allocated as a citywide measure. So I just want to point out, we're talking very specifically about this GRP space, and the appropriation we have to work on deterrence is really a citywide appropriation. And I point that out to go to the next column over. And these are some estimated costs. So Nicole was just talking about the prototype. That's that 2.925 million to do some of that prototyping. But right below that, you'll see 825,000. That 825,000 is what we think it would take to support the vehicle prevention project that Nicole just outlined. That's separate from the 150,000. You can see the 150,000 can't accomplish the program she just outlined. And then lastly, in the far right column, these are anticipated potential ongoing costs. You can see there's two at the bottom. The very bottom one for the trail patrol, that's a number we use from an example that's going on right now down at Coyote Creek. If the council were to direct us to look into that further, we would refine that number better. The one above it, the 950,000, that's the the park and trail maintenance employee group, because prior to the Great Recession, we actually had a trail maintenance team that was just assigned to this park chain, I should say, and these trails. And that was their sole job. So they were there every day. And I point that out because while we're looking at this as part of the annual budget process, again, if it's the council's desire to accelerate the timeline on any of these things, at the very least, the Trail Vehicle Prevention Project funding would need to advance sooner than the annual process, and the maintenance program, if the council wanted to do that, would need to advance sooner. And the reason I say that about the maintenance program is, first of all, it takes time to hire and get it up and going. So if we go into the annual process and let's say we were done by the end of June, that's when we would start the hiring process. So the trail maintenance team wouldn't be out there for quite some time. But the other thing is, right now, if you'll notice in the memo, we talk about the fact that we really have only run into 6 different times where people have tried to re-encamp in the cleared phases 1 and 2. We believe that is in large part because we're out there all the time, right? The encampment management team's out there all the time. It's a sore site. So, Jackie listed all our partners that are out there. So we're out there with eyeballs on this place all the time. Once this is cleared and we've solved some of these issues and we cleared off the land and found space for the RVs, we would not be there with those teams doing that work. So having that maintenance team back, in my mind, makes a lot of sense in terms of keeping it from re-encamping, keeping it looking good, keeping it clean and clear and safe. So I just wanted to point to those 3 items. And then one more slide, Andrea. So this is just a quick summary of what we're asking the council to approve today. So we're looking for your feedback on the prototype park concept plan and the vehicle prevention project, authorization to move forward identifying costs of implementation of that prototype concept plan for the parks, as well as authorizing Public Works to award the fence contract up to $1.5 million, but also that any funding that's not used for fencing be used on measures to protect the land and secure the space. So with that, I'll turn it back to the council. We're happy to take your feedback and questions. Thank you.
John, thanks. And thank you, Andrea. And thanks to everyone who's been working on this very challenging, seemingly intractable challenge, but I think we're making some progress. We just got a lot more work to do, I know. And thank you, Jackie, also for your team's hard work. Before we go to the public, I just want to note the reason why this item was put in front of the mid-year budget discussion is because of a memorandum I submitted yesterday suggesting that we front load $2 million so we can hopefully lean into that care coordination program with the county to get people rapidly rehoused. All of our ambitions about this park obviously are certainly worthy, but the most important and critical path is dealing with the human need that's there full display in the park. And we've got to get people housed first and foremost for any of this to be possible. So that is the objective for that allocation. And then obviously we'll have a budget process for all the longer term challenges we've got. Let's go to the public. Tony?
Paul Soto? Paul? You want to move on to Becky Moskowitz?
Thank you. My name is Becky Moskowitz, and I'm an attorney with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I commend the city for its investment in increased housing options and encourage it to continue doing everything in its power to find meaningful housing solutions for the residents of Guadalupe Gardens. However, I do want to make it clear that it's very unlikely that there will be enough adequate housing in time for the June 30th deadline. And I'm very concerned that people will be forced out at that point with nowhere to go. To clarify, offers of shelter beds are not meaningful, particularly while we have an ongoing pandemic. A congregate setting that forces people to get rid of their personal belongings is not an attractive option for many people, nor is it even a feasible option. Really, what we need is permanent supportive housing for each individual. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
I mean, when is this going to end? How much money and infrastructure are you going to need to do all this? Like the caller said before, is there going to be enough housing when you guys want to do this? When's it going to end? I mean, look at what you have to do just to clean up after all these people leaving all this debris and human waste and everything else. I don't think that this city, county, state, or federal government has the resources to even just take care of this city, let alone all the other things that are promised by the federal government, which right now the federal government through HHS is going to be issuing crack pipes to people. You know, that's what you get for you people supporting Let's Go Brandon, by the way. Okay? So, you know, you're going to have free crack pipes. Can you imagine how bad it's going to get when they start handing those things out at these camps and these?
Sandy Perry.
Hi, this is Sandy Perry. I'm with Affordable Housing Network and Cham Deliverance Ministry. We support the staff memo in this case. The staff memo is asking for a minor extension of time to clear the Guadalupe Gardens area until the people there can be housed, until we can set up an RV safe park, and until other opportunities come online. And we think that's consistent with what the mayor just said about keeping the concept of human needs first. And actually, we think the mayor's memo that was issued, which was demanding that the area be cleared by June 30th, whether people are housed or not, is not the solution. We think there needs to be monthly reports on the housing status of all the people still left, whether it's 120, 109, and it looks like I'm running out of time.
Cindy Duong.
Hi, I'm Cindy Duong, a citizen of District 7. It should be no surprise here that there are many passionate roller skaters who've submitted dozens of public comments via email and who are listening to this call today for the last several hours. And all of us have no single outdoor space dedicated to our form of recreation activity in San Jose or the South Bay. But just on behalf of us and San Jose Roll Call, we support the memo and the rehousing efforts, as well as the desire to prioritize community activation. We especially urge the council to commit to partnering with SJ Roll Call to make a roller skating plaza a consideration of phase 2 and phase 3 of the project if it's not feasible for phase 1. As longtime organizers of some of the city's most beloved community events, we have a lot of faith that we are deeply rooted in the community and understand how to be great stewards of Guadalupe Gardens and also work with the houseless community, as we have a lot of experience with social work and collaborating with our unhoused neighbors. So thank you.
Fred Buzo.
Hi, Fred Buzo, San Jose Director for SPUR. Yeah, I want to commend the staff for all the work that they've been doing. It's not an easy situation. I understand that it's going to take some time to come up with creative solutions to this problem. And I really appreciate what everyone has said, and you know, beginning with John and Andrea and Nicole and Jackie. I think requesting an extension is the right thing to do. So regardless of whether or not the deadline is June 30th, August 31st, or the end of September, folks need to have appropriate housing and receive appropriate programming and services before they are cleared out of this area in Guadalupe River Park. And also glad to see that Sam, that the mayor understands that the county plays a very important part in providing the funds necessary to make all this happen. Thank you.
Gail Osmer. Juliana Pendleton.
Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Pendleton, and I am the Environmental Advocacy Assistant for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. As the Guadalupe Gardens project moves forward, we hope any lighting used will be compatible with habitat. If not used responsibly, lighting can be harmful to both humans and wildlife. There should be strong lighting regulations for areas along the Guadalupe River and other sensitive areas. This includes no lighting of riparian corridors, and for any other lighting, the fixtures should have a correlated color temperature of 2700 Kelvin or below. All lights should be turned off from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. and lighting should be completely shielded to prevent any light spillage. Thank you.
Alex Shore.
This is Alex speaking tonight personally. I want to ask a council member or the mayor a simple question, which is, can we see if city staff can clear the area of automobiles before June 30th? I think this is a top priority for someone like me who's commuted along the Guadalupe River Park, lives nearby. It is a danger to everyone. As someone who's a white man, I have a fair amount of privilege. I worry even more for our neighbors who feel even more threatened by automobiles right next to them as they walk and recreate. It is not safe, and I appreciate Nicole bringing that up today. So I'm asking if you can please clear the site of automobiles sooner to protect people. We wouldn't allow a high-speed rail train to be along a highway. We shouldn't allow cars to be on a key commuter.
Bob Sipple. Your audio is very high speed. Okay, we're gonna remove permission to talk, Bob, and see if you can get your audio fixed. You sounded like you were on a high speed tape dub. And then raise your hand when you get that fixed. Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you very much that in the lease, this item, you were talking about actual housing options for people. I haven't heard that before for a while for these sort of issues. And it's nice that there's a bit of a effort by the housing to make their ideas open in public at this time. Thank you. It's from that. There's a good list. It sounded like people have offered today how to better work on this issue and the future of housing for the Columbus Park area. Good luck in our future with this issue.
Mike Fox.
Hi, this is Mike Fox. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'd like the council to commit to completing phase 1 of the Guadalupe River Parks plan and commit to follow-on phases. As one of the previous callers said, I'm a volunteer ambassador for the sport of pickleball, and as part of the follow-on phases, I'd like a multi-court pickleball complex to be considered in the plans. It's the fastest growing sport in the nation. We've got a lot of people in the Bay Area that play it and do not have enough courts. Unlike other sports, it's the social aspect of it requires you to have a multi-court complex where what we have in the city is some 2 courts and 4 courts or multi-purpose courts, but that doesn't really meet the needs for our area. We can do significant fundraising for this and make this a real asset for San Jose. And
Justin Triano.
I'm Justin Triano, live in D3, safe space advocate. I'm sorry, safe streets advocate, more specifically a roller skate advocate. Great job in innovative approach to go with the human presence rather than the fenced-off approach. It does take the right community partners. The study seems to be compassionate and diligent, and I'm thankful for this and hope this continues throughout all phases. I understand the prototype park phase 1 doesn't include the roller skate, but I do want to advocate for the phase 2 and phase 3 or somewhere along the way of San Jose's future development. Although it has extensive roller skate history throughout the 1900s, San Jose has never fully embraced roller skates as a form of permanent recreation, exercise, or art form. The pandemic gave rise to the culture and it's still growing, but has no place to exist and it needs a home. San Jose Roll Call has a background in social work and public space and would be a great partner to help mitigate the situation in an ongoing effort. And we think Guadalupe Gardens is a great fit for a uniquely designed safe skate space for local skaters as well as worldwide. Thank you.
Jason Su.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jason Su with the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy. We support the prototype park concept and vehicle prevention project in our partnership with the city for future programs. We thank city staff for all their work leading up to this recommendation. To ensure that these concepts succeed, we support the mayor and his council colleagues' memo to shift the 1.5 million from defense to park concepts and to find additional resources to offer housing options to unhoused residents. We hope council and staff can identify and overcome these barriers to work with a timeline and avoid abatement without housing. With open communication with the federal government and engaged community and future recovery funding, we should aim high in this window of opportunity for our environment, our residents, and our river park. This is an opportunity for us all to do things right and to do things well. Thank you.
Kiana.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted to say that I am really disappointed in the staff recommendation. It doesn't take account to the hundreds of people who do not have housing, and this proposal would create more barriers to housing for them by removing them from their temporary residence in the field. Housing first needs to be prioritized. And I'm also really disappointed to hear other community activists and leaders suggest that people should be removed from their homes, have nowhere else to go to make room for other activities such as a skate park. I think that is incredibly disingenuous. I really hope that City Council does better and prioritizes the housing needs of people in the field. Thank you.
RK.
Hi, yeah, like the previous caller, I'm calling to express my strong disagreement with this plan for the Guadalupe Gardens area. I think it's inhumane to be talking about displacing people, human beings who the city has failed, and preventing them from returning to the space where they've built some measure of stability for themselves, with zero plan to replace their current living situation with long-term permanent housing. I think it's pretty laughable to suggest that you have a reasonable plan to house our neighbors on the basis of having housed roughly 50 people when there are hundreds of them out in that field who are in need of housing. I just think it's a huge disgrace to be discussing the allotment of $1.5 million to build fencing and setting arbitrary deadlines for clearing the area before implementing real solutions like permanent supportive housing.
S.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to make it clear that many advocates drive the Guadalupe Trail to be able to get to the people that they provide food, PPE, and survival gear to. And that will not change with the end of Spring Street. So please keep that in mind. Home First must be held to certain benchmarks, or we will have another component on our hands where people did not receive the assistance that they needed. There is a mechanic available. There is a mechanic that has stepped forward, and Home First is in contact with them and said that they will go out to the field and take care of people, because having 5 people assisted by Home First is ridiculous. We need better benchmarks. They must be held to benchmarks. And also, please only use the term housing or housing options when you're referring to actual housing and nothing that includes shelter options.
Francesca.
Yes, I want to thank Becky, Andrea, and Jackie for the great ideas. But like the people Alex and RK mentioned, we need real housing solutions. And I would like to put a plug in that the fairgrounds has 100 acres. That's definitely a possibility. And I implore the city council not to vote for the June 30th deadline when we're looking for options that could move them and won't be made available until after that. Thank you.
Mark Lewis.
Hi, I'm Mark Lewis. I'm a downtown resident. I live near the park, a little bit south of where we're talking. Thank you for considering options for this park space. I would like to express my support for these alternatives to simply fencing the area in with the chain link fence. Also, I would like to support resolving the vehicle trespassing. This and derelict vehicles are two areas that are frequently called out by residents as deterrents to fully using the park. Thank you.
Scott Largent.
Thank you. Most everyone was swept out of the of different encampments throughout the city, and they ended up out there at Spring Street. Once you guys swept the first couple of zones, you just shoved your problem farther down towards the Guadalupe. Without having basically cut out roads and just making it easier for people, they started going and using the Guadalupe Trail because it's a paved area. They could get in and out of their vehicles. There's so many people that are dug in deep right now out there that really, really need some serious help. You're kicking the can. It's basically like that whack-a-mole game. And there's so many people out there and nothing is ready to help them. It's just like what happened out at the Apple encampment. They basically pushed all those people off of a property and they were out on the streets waiting for help. Help is not coming. Home First is not providing mechanics. Nothing is really pulling through right now. And these people are very vulnerable.
Marshall Woodmansey.
Am I ready? Am I going?
Yes.
I'm going. My name is Marshall Woodmansey. I'm speaking as a community member who has grown up next to Columbus Park. My first volunteer job was at the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy as a junior guide at 12 years old. And the management and the environment that they created in that Guadalupe Park Gardens, especially near Coleman Avenue, was a magical experience of picking up rocks for me, at least. Further, I have really enjoyed the community gardens next to Columbus Park, and I had about a 2-year plot there, and the fruit I grew was delicious. And I'm excited to hear that this land, which was unfortunately housing right pre the airport, it's going to go back into good use. And I would really like to see a lot more focus on gardening like Marshall Cottle Park, and also to see how we can use this development strategy in our neighborhoods and urban cores to create some really beautiful change in the spaces that we all occupy. Thank you so much.
Carl Salas. Or Salas.
Hello, I just wanted to speak in support of the mayor and his colleagues' memo. The very worst thing that could happen is to put that fence up that isn't really leveraging all the other resources we have. I also wanted to comment on the Parks and Recs mentioned that it was that you have to have constant vigilance to make sure that no one picks up, that no one recamps. But my experience has been that the word gets out what areas are not to be camped in and what areas are being enforced. And once any fence goes up, whether it's that barbed wire fence or something more appropriate, I think you'll find that if the word gets out with some enforcement, that there won't be an issue and we'll be able to have a beautiful park there. Thank you very much.
Gail Osmer.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Housing, so much for supporting extending the June 30th abatement. First of all, secondly, there's more than 100 people living at Columbus. I was there today. Again, I go about 4 or 5 times a week. About 4 people have not seen Home First. Home First does not have a repair program, like Scott said. They're not offering that. Also, they haven't done anything for the Component Apple site, which I'm dealing with the people there on how to get their things available. The rest of the city council, you are hearing there is housing. There's nothing will be available by June 30th. Please don't abate them. Wait till the fall. No matter what the mayor is saying or anybody else, there won't be. There's some great programs coming, and thank you. But you need to not abate by June 30th. We need to keep them. They need to be taken care of and get housing.
Paul Soto?
Yes, this is Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I was standing in protest not more than 10 minutes ago at the Adobe, the first home in California. And that home was built by Jose Manuel Gonzalez, who was the first mayor of San Jose. And he was 100% full-blooded Apache. I was there on public property. I had 7 police officers come over and threaten my life, got behind me and tried to kill me. Not more 10 minutes ago. This has everything to do with this. Why? Because these are housing issues. I was at the oldest house in the entire state of California. And I am connected to that legacy by blood, by experience, and by legacy. And this city thinks that they're going to solve their problems with a fence.
Bob Sipple?
Does it sound better this time?
Yes.
Okay, I had to change. I apologize. I'm the manager of the Guadalupe Community Garden and part of the Conservancy Group. I agree with everything the mayor on this particular project. I think the $1.5 million for a fence is a waste of money. First of all, people can cut into fences and get on the other side anyway. I'd rather see the money spent more for things that all of us could enjoy, might help the unhoused, whatever. June, as far as June is concerned, mixed emotions about it, but I would like to at least see a start. And I'm there every single day of the week. And I see that if we started moving the RVs and some of the autos and the trailers first, it might help everybody else. That might be an option to think about. Ultimately, we have to help people and we have to get some form of housing when we get done, but we need somewhere to start and look into the future in a positive fashion. Thank you.
Robert Aguirre?
Yeah, Robert Aguirre here. Hey, when something like 8 years ago, when they decided they were going to close the jungle and they came up with funding to house, they claimed 300 people or 200 people, I think it was, but they were only able to house 144 because there was no housing available. And that's still a problem that we have today. So when you start talking about taking people out, relocating them, where are you going to relocate them? There's such a shortage of housing currently. And I think it's even worse now than it was back in 2014. And we don't have a real solid plan about how to deal with this problem. And what ended up happening is people ended up scattering throughout the entire city, throughout the county, as a matter of fact. And it just made more and more people aware of just how many unhoused people there were. Since this is being done without a real solid plan to deal with every single person, you're going to end up with the same sort of problem where you're going to have people that are going to be going and camping in places.
Gabby Mendoza?
Yes, no, we cannot go to, we cannot displace the people that's being displaced already. We cannot do that, Mayor. Take that back, please. Please, you are nice man, take that back. Okay, and then the Guadalupe Gardeners manager said, quote back, quote, may that help the unhoused wherever. See, that's the issue. That's the issue because we're not seeing the community members, the unhoused community members as community members, but they are. And they are very important community members that they've been displaced and they need the help. And we're not giving it. Okay. The 2040 plan is failing us all. Okay. And this is the results. Okay. This is the results. And we need to fix it. Okay. No offense. Okay. And do not displace these people until you find them a home. Okay. Actually a house, because they have a home. They have a home in the heart. They have a home wherever they are. They have a home even better than other people that have 5-bedroom homes. Okay, let me tell you that much.
David Pandori?
Hi, Mayor and council members. I've been long involved in Guadalupe River Park. I'm on the working group, and I've led efforts to obtain county funding for the park when I was much younger. I have to tell you, it's really a horrible civic disaster that is occurring there, and it's a product of inaction over the last 3 years. And there's a lot of damage that's been caused to the park. Fire after fire, vandalism, and destruction of millions of dollars of improvements. The deadline that's in the mayor's memo is more than reasonable. In fact, I thought it was too much time given the fact that there's been nothing happening there to improve it over the last 3 years. To allow abandoned cars and people in tents and shacks to live there another 6 months is a disgrace, and you can do better. Please support the memo from Mayor Liccardo and the others on the council.
Todd Langton. Todd?
Yeah, sorry. Great quote by Mahatma Gandhi: "The greatness of a nation can be judged by how it treats its weakest members. The greatness of a city can be judged by how it treats its weakest members." There should be no fence. There should be no June deadline. There should not be any abatements unless you have options for housing. Our county, our Bay Area, we're not lacking in opportunities for entertainment. We're not lacking for opportunities in outdoor activities. We're lacking in housing. Do not abate unless you have transitional housing. We got 80 to 100 empty acres sitting out there just stale and barren out there at the fairgrounds. It's time for you council members to stand up and do the right thing. If you get voted out because of the NIMBY, so be it. Do the right thing. We are in a humanitarian crisis. Come on, wake up.
Back to the council.
Thank you to all the members of the community who came to speak. I know some of my colleagues had questions and comments. I just wanted to offer a couple right off the top. One was for Jackie. I understand you've had some discussions with VTA about the use of a site for safe parking, and I just want to ask if you might be willing to communicate with the board members of VTA who are on this council about the status of those negotiations to see if we might be able to help in some way. And specifically, council members Corrales, Carrasco. Oh, I'm sorry, no, Councilman Carrasco may have come. I think Councilman Carrasco, you're still on, I believe. I know Vice Mayor Jones.
Yes.
And I want to say Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Yeah. So in any event, if you can communicate with all of us in any way that we can help support that negotiation, I think that might help. I'll leave it to you to consider next steps. I'm happy to talk whenever you have time. So I understand the importance of finding that safe parking site. The question about the funding for the bollards in the vehicle, the plan to keep vehicles off the trail. Can you help me understand? I know that $1.5 million comes from restricted airport money that would be allocated to a fence built, still to be determined. But since the objective there is to keep folks out of the park area, and I imagine access to the trail is also access to the park, is there a reason why we couldn't use some of those airport funds for bollards to prevent vehicle intrusion?
Hi, Mayor. I'll start with that one, and I'll ask Tony if you can elevate Judy Ross if she's not already.
She's here. Yeah, Judy's with us.
Director for the airport, but some of it could help. But the further you get away from that 40 acres, the more restrictions you have. That it really has to support the FAA acquired property. So if you're putting a gate down near Coleman, you're probably not going to be able to spend that money there. But if it's directly around that, say phase 3 and things like that, probably, as long as it's preventive and protective. Judy, if you want to expand on that.
Yeah, I'm Judy Ross, the Assistant Director here at the airport. And John is right. Generally, we're unable to spend funds outside airport property. If it's on airport property, we could put in the protective measures. And that's what the 1.5 is allocated to, but it would need to be on airport property.
Right. So I'd certainly encourage consideration of using some of those funds for the bollards where possible. Thank you for that. I saw a reference in the report to the San Jose Bridge program. And I know there was an RFP came back in October, I think. And I think Jackie, it's Housing Now, it's overseeing this. I was under the understanding that Goodwill was likely to be the nonprofit that we'd be working with. Is that contract now signed? Are they up and running again with the expansion of that program?
I don't believe the contract has been signed yet. We're working out final details that they've expressed concern regarding our contract, but that contract is coming in before you all within either next week or the following week for approval, and it will go back. It'll be backdated. Reagan is joining the call right now. She can fill you in on anything more. Go ahead, Reagan.
Hi, we're Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. We're bringing that contract with Goodwill to council next week. And right now, Goodwill is active. They have a contract with PRNS. And so we'll pick up when that contract ends.
Okay, thank you. And then, finally, I know that there's some question about scope here in the memorandum that several of us signed about expanding the scope or making a very, very difficult, challenging problem even harder. But I guess I want to just for a moment focus on the trail because I know that's not the FAA's focus, but that's certainly an awful lot of the communities. And I appreciate, the prototype parks concepts. I think those are all good ideas. And I'd be happy to support a pickleball court too if we had the money. I know that's all a lot of money, and that's not in the current plan. But one thing we know the public will use and did use very frequently was that trail. And we know that a driving consideration for the council, I think in October, in saying let's not jump into building a fence, was the belief that was just going to push a lot of people to live along the river and with very severe environmental impacts. Obviously, would do nothing to help the people themselves, and of course obstruct the trail from public use. And public expectations, I think, at least certainly when we talk to the task force members, are very clearly that they really want to be able to see that trail usable again. And that doesn't mean that somehow or another there's never a homeless individual again in the park. Of course not. We know that we have homelessness throughout our city, and there will be unhoused people. But the conditions in now is clearly not safe and frequently obstructed and just very, very impossible for folks to use in a routine way. And so that's really why, and I don't think there's been any moving of the goalposts here. Way back a year ago, when this problem had clearly materialized to a level that was on everyone's radar, and it was very severe, the council unanimously approved a March budget message that describes on page 13 expansion, the use of SOAR dollars with a focus on supporting the transition of unhoused residents from Guadalupe River Park, and then describes in detail on page 13 all the challenges of the GRP and how it's been inundated with encampments of vehicles and all the fires and blocking trails with vehicles and debris. And the pandemic has highlighted the importance of our parks and trails, and that when people felt comfortable using Guadalupe River Park, its trail provided daily commute route. And so there's many references to the importance of the trails. of course, we reinforced that, I think, through our vote back in October 18th of last year. And I guess the concern I have is that if we view this so narrowly that it's just about the 40 acres that the FAA cares about, we have done nothing to give the public any confidence, any sense that we have actually addressed the problem that is foremost in their mind, which is a lot of unhoused people are there in need. And there are also people, unfortunately, some of a very small number obviously are engaged in a destructive activity like fires. And they don't have a park to use or a trail. And so I guess that is what animated, my interest in the memo. And then obviously subsequent to the memo, just yesterday, in response to concerns that we had, that we needed more resources to get folks housed more rapidly. And I understand it's not going to be permanent supportive housing on day one. We're also trying to build out that capacity, both through home key projects that Jackie mentioned, as well as the Lot E rapid apartment site. And as those projects come on site, I would imagine we'll be able to move some of those folks who had been in the rapid rehousing program from perhaps a temporary stay in a motel into more of a permanent situation. But one way or another, I think we ought to return the park to the public that isn't able to use it. And that's the 99% of folks who would like to be able to use it that don't feel safe going to that park today. And so that is the objective. That's why I proposed the memorandum yesterday, and I hope that we can certainly critically deal with the very important human need and obviously backfill those dollars with subsequent actions to what we anticipate will happen with Measure E. Now that we know Measure E is significantly more funding, or at ESG dollars or another source, which I think we can certainly discuss in greater detail when that mid-year budget issue comes up. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Perales was before me.
No, I think you're right, but then
Yeah,
I guess
I'll go ahead and give it to him.
Okay.
This is his
Yeah.
district and he was before me.
Yeah, Councilmember Perales, who I guess just lost this from his district. Is that right?
I did, yes, but yeah, I appreciate that, Councilmember Esparza. My device switch got me. I tried to actually keep my phone on and then it went off, so my hand got lowered. I apologize. Thank you for that. And thank you, staff, as well, for the work on this. I think just to level set what a lot of us know, but certainly not everybody in the community in regards to how we're here. Certainly, no doubt, we've had an issue with homelessness and an increase over the years, but was exasperated, at least in this particular location of the Guadalupe River Park, because of the pandemic and certainly the clearing of a number of other encampment areas. And as we've heard, which was the truth, a lot of people came and relocated here in an area that was not being cleared. And so thus we ended up with the population that we have today. And then, as we know, what spurred this current conversation and main topic was the FAA's directive to clear what we've been discussing of this 40 acres. I will mention as well that last year when we had this initial conversation, and more broadly when we had the conversation of how we were going to respond to encampments throughout the city, last year, as we were emerging from the pandemic, still haven't emerged, but one of the recommendations that I brought forward was the opportunity of sanctioned encampments. And this exact location is the area where I stressed that we would have this problem that I think that we're dealing with today if we did not indeed have alternative rapid solutions like sanctioned encampments to be able to relocate the population to.
And indeed, I think that's what we're looking at here with this location. Ultimately, as my colleagues know and city staff know, that was not approved for us to move forward, at least with a pilot here in District 3. And so I think we have some other opportunities, certainly all of which I have supported, whether it's permanent supportive housing or the rapid rehousing, and like we know, the Lot E development happening here just adjacent to the river. But nonetheless, those are not going to resolve the challenges and not going to provide enough adequate housing for everybody that is currently here in the Guadalupe River Parkway area, or at least even in this 40 acres. And so we have to be, number one, conscious of that. And then number two, I think what we're trying to present here in the memo that I co-signed with the mayor is an opportunity to be able to provide additional resources to do more, rather than simply delay and try and line up the final phase 3 removal and abatement and line that up with the Lot E development site. Number one, I'll say, because the Lot E site is not going to resolve all of our challenges either. It's not going to provide enough alternative solutions to shelter that we're going to need. So we know that is inevitable, that we are going to come up against this, whether it is then in the fall with Lot E or it is sooner in June. And what I would like to do is to see if we could essentially continue down the same path that we've been on, and with the same goal of trying to rehouse as many individuals as possible, including with safe parking. And then Lot E will be online as an alternative or additional option following the abatement in June. But if we can, and as the mayor pointed out, part of what the opportunity is, which is to have this conversation here, and then potentially if there's an opportunity to allocate additional resources, then we could do so. We could potentially achieve a quicker result, I would say maybe by June, but I'll ask staff that question as well at the end here to see if there were additional resources. The June 30th date is a date that we have right in an agreement with the FAA. I don't necessarily think that has to be cemented, and so I do think there could be an opportunity where we're asking for a slight extension, but I think we can retool what that extension is going to need to be based on the conversation we're having now, the conversation we're having with the mid-year budget, and then potentially additional budget allocations that will help us move more quickly than simply waiting and lining up our actions along with Lot E. Additionally, I will add that we have always had, as the mayor pointed out, challenges along the trail, but those challenges have become a higher priority now, and especially after we cleared phase 1 and phase 2, as you heard from some of the advocates and public speakers. A lot of those individuals didn't necessarily move over to phase 3, they moved along the trail. And again, I think I cautioned that as well, that we were going to simply be, people would be relocated in other areas. Well, this is one of those areas, and I think it's important for us to prioritize that area, because that is indeed the area where our community members traditionally would be taking advantage of the Guadalupe River Park, because as we've talked about today, these alternative activations, which I will add, I really appreciate that work that staff has done, and I agree with those activations, those temporary activations. I do think that those will help in the longer term with deterring re-encampment in the area here, because we'll have activation, because we'll have people actually utilizing the park. But today, the predominantly used area is the trail. And unfortunately, that has become an area where our community members can no longer use and no longer use safely. And the biggest reason why is not necessarily because of the encampments. So we've had encampments, and I know this as being the representative for the last 7 years, we've had encampments along the trail ever since I've been on the council. But what we have never had is at this magnitude, and we have never had where we've had this many vehicles driving up and down the trail, making it extremely unsafe. And so that is something that we are going to need to stop if we are going to get access to that trail for our community again. And I think that that's why that's why we put that in as a priority in regards to the trail area there, and recognizing it may not be part of that 40 acres. But again, this is an area where people are immediately going to migrate to, and we need to be conscious of that as we move forward in how we're going to clear the area. And so I will ask staff now if you could speak to this June 30th date. Again, it's an agreed upon date that we had previously, and recognized in your memo, you're stating a need to delay that to line it up till the fall with Lot E opening. But if we were to be able to take this direction today and then allocate some additional resources to speed up that process to try and get some more alternative rehousing options online, like additional safe parking locations, like some shelter options, and see if we can relocate others, working with the county, as the mayor pointed out, to prioritize people in this area. What is staff's thought on that June 30th date, assuming all of those things are able to happen?
Sure, I'll take a stab at the question first. So definitely appreciate the desire and believe that prioritizing some of the housing resources and releasing them early gives us a 2-month head start. But I don't think it gives us enough of a start for a June 30th close date. So starting with safe parking, it's not a resource issue, it's a site identification issue where we're stuck on and not being able to locate a suitable site given the need that we have. And so, you know, we have enlisted the help of the city manager's office. Jim Ortball is the lead in helping us to look for other sites because it is so frankly time consuming to do it. So we already have, you know, additional resources like a Jim Ortball out there looking for those sites. The second is, you know, the providing more shelter alternatives right now is very challenging as well, which is why we liked the county, you know, what I proposed was the county idea, but it will take time for us to secure what they need in order to move people into sites. But it's a very positive discussion that we're having. I just don't know, I haven't received from them like when could they turn on the spigot and how quickly could they start getting people housed yet. So it's premature for me to promise something because, you know, we're trying to negotiate somewhere between 160 to double that, 320 slots. That's a lot of housing, but there has to be opportunity for people to move into. So that could potentially take time, as with the Home Key site. So I think the stars are beginning to align that we will have enough resources to actually offer everyone that's there, including potentially the people on the trail, an opportunity to be housed and get a firm date, which is what we did with the jungle. We have a firm date. You either take the housing option or you will get abated. Eventually, I believe we can have that message, but we have to have a sufficient number of slots, I believe, in order to do this humanely. And we're very close. Having the dollars early will help us to get closer, but I don't think it gets us to June 30th.
Jackie, follow up. How soon do you think it would take you to analyze if we did get all these stars to align and the dollars sooner, and you don't think June 30th would be the date? How quickly do you think you can come back to us and tell us this we think could be a date that we could achieve?
Well, I'm relying on, you know, my communication with the county. So if I had 2 to 3 weeks with them, we'll know from the state within 45 days if they're funding Home Key, and we can definitely chart out an expedited path to actually acquire that instead of the, you know, the traditional path. So I would say 3 weeks to 45 days, we would have a firm plan, because between a hotel and the assistance we could potentially get from the county, we would have a sufficient number of slots. We would still not have the safe parking issue resolved, and that would be the last piece. But we're working very diligently to try to secure a site.
Thank you. I see my time, Mayor, here. I have one more question, which is in regards to the need, when we would have a need to request a date change with the FAA. So if we didn't give that authority today, when is the time that we need to notify FAA? Hey, we don't think June 30th is going to work. When will we need to do that by?
Again, Judy Ross, Assistant Director. The current corrective action plan identifies stage 3 to occur in May or June. So we do have a little bit of time. I have had some initial conversations with the FAA about concerns about not making that June date. And they are, again, very compassionate. And they just would like us to identify a letter of amending the corrective action plan and identifying a time period that we feel we can meet and some rationale why we need that date.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll hopefully then formulate a motion here that will help us move forward. I'll make one note that there were some numbers that were a little off from your memo in the presentation on the potential ongoing costs with the River Park Trail and maintenance and this trail safety patrol. So the memo was different from the slides, and then the slides, the math was incorrect. So just as for heads up for the Beautify team to take a look at that. And so the motion will be to move the memorandum that I co-signed with my colleagues, and then to give direction to staff to return in a month, and hopefully that's enough time, as Jackie stated, maybe 3 weeks to 45 days. And the reason I'd like to return in the month would be to determine if we need to extend that June 30th date or not, and then that way that gives us enough time to then notify the FAA. That's the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
A second from Vice Mayor Jones. All right, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Perales. And by the way, I learned that this is District 6 starting Friday. Is that correct?
That's right.
So redistricting excitement. I had some questions, and one is I did want to capture the part of the presentation, the mention that this action would divert the $150,000 from the citywide allocation for physical deterrence to help cover additional costs for this site. So what is the current need for limiting vehicle access along other sections of our trail system? So first off, we're taking citywide money, putting it all here. And then I did want to ask, what is the need for limiting vehicle access along trails throughout the city? Is that a question for John, I'm guessing?
Yeah, so just a point of clarification. So the point I was trying to make is that's the only money that we have currently allocated to do this work is that 150,000. So I was making the point that the need is much greater just in this one place. So we would easily use that money up and not have anything for anywhere else in the city and still not have solved our problem completely with GRP. So I was just trying to draw the contrast.
Got it. So what is the need for limiting vehicle access throughout the trail system citywide?
As I look around here at all the council members, I'm trying to think if there's even one of you that hasn't brought this to me as an issue. It happens all over the city, unfortunately.
So I wanted to bring this up because we have budget coming up, and I'll talk a little bit about the trail patrol in Coyote Creek. One of the concerns that we had activating the trail in terms of nature walks and just people using it to commute, and it was also just we have a responsibility as a city to not have people get run over in the trail because there's a car barreling down. And I've seen it at night, and that's a 911 call, I'm told, because it's so unsafe. So I just wanted to point that out. And I had a question for Beautify SJ staff. So the memo states that staff is actively monitoring the area, which has led to a decrease in illegal dumping. Which staff is doing this monitoring?
Councilmember Esparza, Andrea Flor Shelton. So the current staff that we have that's a part of our encampment trash program, that's the staff that is doing the monitoring. Illegal dumping is responded to by Rapid. And as you know, we have been working very hard to hire the additional positions that were granted to us in the June budget action. We have filled 16 of those 28 positions. We should be filling the rest of those by March, April. And then you also, council also provided us with 11 additional positions in the November 3rd ARP action. So we will have more staff on board, but at this time, we're using the existing encampment trash program staff to do the monitoring.
And it's my understanding that blight actually kind of increased because people were going there to dump as well. Is that correct?
Right. And then we closed Spring and Heading to try to limit that access. And now we have probably a narrower set of places where we have illegal dumping that we're trying to target and focus our efforts on.
I just, and thank you for that. I just wanted to point that out because I felt that one of the things that we're missing is this is drawing staff citywide, and this isn't just a site-specific issue. This is a system issue and a citywide issue. So getting back to the trail, I wanted to talk about that a little bit. When the Coyote Creek Trail was constructed from Story South, we, first off, we put it off because we were in a global pandemic and we didn't want to abate in a global pandemic. And then we actually sat down with PRNS and Public Works to create a plan, which is having physical mitigation in terms of fencing, physical enhancements such as trail mile markers and yes, fencing and all sorts of, there were just multiple things going on there. Then there was the issue of activation, of working with partners. We do have many environmental and community groups that use it. And then we had the issue of the maintenance. And so we had developed a partnership with the Conservation Corps to maintain it and have eyeballs on the trail and just make sure that we were able to maintain that. And then as part of that, we had a partnership with Valley Water and the police department to have a patrol on that trail. And I actually wanted to publicly thank Valley Water and to publicly thank the mayor for his support of this program in the budget cycle. And it was probably his experiences in the Guadalupe Trail that led to his understanding of the need for something like this in Coyote. And so that in an era where we're reimagining policing, we're not putting cops on the trail to ensure homeless people don't come on the trail. And I just wanted to be very specific about that because I was concerned about having humans instead of fencing, where it mentioned the police department, that because we didn't want to put up a fence there, we were going to bring in the police. And so I wanted to, that raised a flag for me and I wanted to bring that up. In fact, the Trail Patrol on Coyote has in fact gone out and supported advocates providing meals to the homeless on the trail. They've get stopped by residents, thanking them for being on the trail. It's part of a visibility and an overall activation. It is not part of, hey, it is their job to move the homeless off Coyote Creek. And so I really wanted to make that clear because in about a month, we're going to have a conversation about reimagining policing, and we need these strategies to be consistent. And so I also wanted to ask, and I also wanted to ask the police department, because we started this trail patrol concept. I talked to John Cicerelli, it started with then Chief Garcia, with 2 interim chiefs, and then Chief Mata actually was the one who saw this patrol come to fruition. And one of the things that we talked about was, do we have the police to staff this? That if we entered into a contract with Valley Water, if we set expectations for the public, that we could meet them and maintain a level of consistency on this trail. So I don't know if the police are on here. I see Chief Joseph. So I wanted to ask Chief Joseph that it's being proposed to have 2 overtime positions within the SJPD to patrol this area. Does the PD have the capacity right now to maintain a level of consistency on this trail 365 days a year? And what would it take to do that?
Well, no, we don't, not with regular employees working on regular assignments. We didn't have them for the Coyote Creek Trail, and we wouldn't have them here either. What we could do is set up a plan like we did on the Coyote Creek Trail and rely on officers working overtime, which isn't preferable, but it does get us coverage, even though it has some limitations. And I could talk about those limitations.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the limitations primarily are that, it's not mandatory for anyone to sign up for overtime. So we're sort of reliant on the officers being willing to do it. And for the most part, we've had good coverage on Coyote Creek Trail, as you know, but it's not going to happen in the same manner as where we have an employee that's permanently assigned to that, and that's his beat, and that's where he goes. And if he's not there, we'll fill it in with somebody else. The other thing is, obviously overtime is costly, overtime's expensive. And, if we have too many different overtime demands on our officers, for one, we're not going to fill them all. And for another, we risk, sort of officer wellness and burning the guys out. And, we do our walking beats purely on overtime. We do our gang cars purely on overtime. We do our anti-prostitution details purely on overtime. There's a whole host of things that we do purely on an overtime basis to provide some much needed services. And, this would be one more.
So, so this would be something that we would need to be revisited during budget. So I'll just leave that there. Thank you, Chief Joseph. I also wanted to ask Councilmember Paulus if he would be willing to have an amendment on the infrastructure. And I wanted to specifically refer to the experience on the Coyote Creek Trail, where we looked at infrastructure because it's new. So I got the benefit of coming in after Guadalupe to see if we could give direction to have the city manager's office look at, review, and bring back infrastructure ideas to the council for budget, because I do think that there's more. We've talked a lot about the park. Now we've talked about the trail. We've talked about the housing needs. And so I do think that and the housing I'm putting separate just for a moment and focusing on the trail because it's been brought up. And so that we could have the city manager's office look at the infrastructure needs of the trail and whether that's in D3 or D6, because that's starting Friday. So would you entertain that amendment?
Just to clarify, so are you talking about infrastructure in regards to, I guess, I don't know what we've been talking about as far as keeping people out of the trail, or are you talking about the trail itself, just the infrastructure along the trail and keeping it usable? Sorry, just to clarify that, if you could.
Yeah, both. Whether it's the park, whether it's the trail, my experience is a little bit different because I have a trail. I don't have a Guadalupe Gardens, although I do have a Tully Ball Fields. But looking at the work that we did along Coyote Creek, the mile markers, working with the school districts to enhance the activation of that trail. I think my guess, it's not my district, my guess is that there is more that can be done.
Okay.
I don't know if the city manager's office wants to weigh in, but I do think that there's more that could be done.
Yeah, we have actually a laundry list of ideas on our parks investments, right? A list of things that can be improved along the Guadalupe River Trail. So there are already things I think that are identified, but certainly could be additional. Would this be a recommendation then for as we develop the budget process? Is that what you're thinking, or?
I think there's a need to sort of not end here and to connect it with the budget process.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. And then Mayor, I wanted to ask a question on your memo. And thank you to Councilmember Peralez for following up on the housing needs with Jackie. So Mayor, on the Measure E funds, that comes to us next week, is that correct? I mean, so is there a reason why you want to do that today or versus next week?
Yeah, I had some conversations with housing. Assuming we backfill with Measure E funds, that can't be effective for, I think, is it 60 days after the first hearing? We have to have a second hearing. Is that right, Jackie? I can't remember.
It's 60 days after the second hearing.
Yeah, so there's a lot of delay.
To HCDC with the spending plan, and then it comes to council.
So does today count as the first hearing?
No,
is that why we're doing that today? Are you proposing it today as opposed to next week?
I'm anticipating that whether it is Measure E or ESG money or another source, we will be able to backfill, and that the source of the funding isn't Measure E that I'm proposing for today. As you'll see in the mid-year, it comes from a reserve. So when I guess it's next week, that will be our first sort of crack at this, and then we'll be obviously complying with the dictates of the measure on how that gets reallocated. But the reality is that the one good news we have is Measure E funding is really coming in high.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful because I will say I did read something and I wanted it. I have my fan on. It's really hot here, so I have my fan on. But basically, oh, here it is. In the memo, it says delaying clearing, right, meaning abatement, only tempers the urgency for unhoused residents to accept housing solutions and move indoors. I don't think that was your intention because you're offering solutions and you're also talking to VTA. So I did want to address that and appreciate that you're looking for solutions and already working on locations. And so given that, I'm comfortable with the motion.
If the language was inartfully used in the memo, my apologies. I think it was probably written pretty quickly. And yeah, the focus is trying to get people housed. You're right.
Right. And abating faster doesn't mean they get housed.
Right.
Getting housed gets people housed. And I think that's what you're focused on, given that you've been focused on financing solutions and talking to VTA about locations. So I just wanted to clarify that because that was something that stood out to me. And so I just wanted to appreciate that your solutions focused. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. Councilmember Cohen.
Sorry, looking for the unmute button. Thank you. And I want to thank housing staff, your staff, John, for all of the work that goes into this. This is very complicated, as the lengths of these discussions indicate, obviously. And I also appreciate your comment before that we all have situations like this in our districts that we're interested in, making sure don't lose attention. And that's what complicates us even more, right? While this is an important site and there are reasons why we're focused on it, want to make sure that this fits into the overall picture of how we're dealing with this citywide. So first of all, a question for, I guess, Jackie or your team. If we had a magic wand and we actually had the space right now, the actual number of rooms or number of transitional housing units that we needed, there's obviously a period of time it would take to do the work. What do you think that period of time is? This isn't just about getting the space and then everybody would be relocated, right?
Well, that's why I was suggesting why the June 30th date is so challenging, because the first thing is just getting all the resources together, which we believe we can actually do. We believe there's a path forward. But then even then, it's going to take some time to get people to engage, because, you know, looking at the stats, not everyone has responded, not everyone is in the system. So we need that. We are still contacting and counting and getting connected to the people that are on the trail. That will take some time. But I would say, you know, that is why we were suggesting that fall date is more realistic, that we could get a firm date in fall. We'd have all the resources and we would do everything to push for that date. And having a deadline is helpful for people, because then they begin to have a sense of urgency of participating or not participating. But there is still time needed to develop the relationship with the people that are on the trail. It isn't quite so simple as just walking up to somebody and saying, we have a housing solution for you, trust us. And so that's why there is a human element to it, of which we need time in order to be as effective as possible and ensuring that people will select the option instead of just moving.
Right. It's pretty hard to come up with an actual excuse me, timeline of how long that would be. Obviously, this is a much bigger site than we've dealt with recently in other places. Obviously, our interest is doing this in a humane way, so I appreciate that that's always been your focus and your department's focus. We learned from our experience at Component the importance of a deadline, the importance of a date, because as you said, people then align all the different groups that work on this, all the individuals and your department all are aligned to a specific target, which I think is necessary. So that was one of the reasons why I felt it was important to have a target date in the memo. That date, specifics of that date, I think are less important than having that date. I do appreciate the latest version of the motion of keeping the date. It's good to have an aggressive goal for now and then coming back and revisiting that and then coming up with a firmer date that can be achieved. And so, and I also want to just point out, kind of make the point that I think it's important that we do that one time, we really think it through, do it right, and don't allow that date to continue to move. In other words, don't say that, okay, now we're going to move it to August 30th, but now we're not going to read August 30th, so now it's October 15th. And if that keeps happening, I don't think we ever get that alignment and that success that we want. So I think it's important to say we're going to move it one time, but not, not move it multiple times as the process gets closer to those dates. As I see it, there's three parts to this, three pieces, obviously. One is the people who are living on the site in the 40 acres that are living in tents or structures. Second is our people who live in RVs and vehicles and don't want to abandon those and want a solution for the RVs and vehicles on that site. And then the third part is the trail piece. And the reason I had that memo at the last minute earlier today was a concern that adding the trail was just an extra piece of scope that made it more difficult for your department to combine that all and meet the target deadlines that we were aiming for. I want to ask a question about adding that piece because as John mentioned, we have sites across the city that have similar issues that we're trying to work to also deal with and find humane solutions for. If we dedicate the resources to the large problem on the trail at Guadalupe, how do we think that affects our ability to be able to respond in other places in the city?
I'll ask Andrea respond to the sort of the workforce issue, but also there is, as I mentioned in the presentation, there's a funding issue here too, right?
Yeah.
That funding all goes right into this, and we're still short if we're wanting to do as the Blue Memo directs. Andrea?
Thank you. So as it relates to workforce, I think I laid out sort of our goal and our urgency to fill the positions so that we can work, especially on the interagency work that would be related to any waterway related, which is usually trail connected work. So we're working towards those goals and appreciate the work with ESD and employee services to help us fill those positions. But in terms of sort of the deterrence, right, every time we do a cleanup and or an abatement, we are starting to look at what are these deterrents that we can also put in place so that we don't have to return, right? So I sort of use Guadalupe Gardens, right? We have basically a $900,000 or $1 million price tag to clean this up. And that's just Guadalupe Gardens, we haven't really taken into account, but we're going to dive into those monies to use that for the trail. But the physical deterrence, you can see that price tag is very large. So $150,000 for this year would really only support gates, small bollard projects in different areas of the city, Coyote being one of them. We're also looking at a big project in Watson Park, which is in Coyote, that we really need to figure out what the deterrents are for there. So for this year, we'll be using probably some of our vacancy savings to help cover that, because again, we have that available. Next year, we most likely wouldn't have that available.
And I appreciate that there's also work being done on deterrence in the Coyote Creek area, in the area around the BART station and flea market, where we have, obviously we've been talking to your department, John, about the deterrence there. And so this is a problem everywhere, but that, what I've come to see at all these sites is preventing, a first step is preventing the easy access to vehicles, because that prevents a lot of the other problems that come as a result, dumping and safety issues. So even if there's this June 30 deadline and we have these another date, I assume that some of those deterrents could be on a faster timeline. Is that right?
I just want to point out that working with Nicole's team and Public Works, these deterrents take more than just the Beautify team.
Right.
Design the engineering and the installation. So we're learning as we go. And I think this is something that we'll be discussing more and have a fuller picture of what it will take in the future.
Right. And I know, because it's taken us about 5 or 6 months to get this designed and engineered and figured out for the site that we've been dealing with in my district. So I do appreciate all the pieces that are required going into that, and thank Nicole and your team as well for the cooperation. I do want to also thank Jackie and your department and everybody who's been working on this, for working on this humanely. Obviously, it's already a great accomplishment that 49 people have found housing solutions as part of this abatement to begin with. So I think it's important to point out this isn't a situation where everybody who was there is still there. There's been work to get people housed, and as you can, you're doing that, and I want to appreciate that, because that's really the goal, is get people into that transitional or supportive housing.
And what I want to appreciate about that, Councilmember Cohen, is that how we've been able to do that is we're recycling resources that are there. So these weren't new resources that were brought to bear to solve this problem. They're resources that somebody's left the site, something's happened, someone else got moved into something else, which created the housing opportunity. That's why I think if we're successful with the county, and if we're able to use a hotel, or even if Lot E opens up, we will have so many different options, these full range of options, that I have no doubt, and especially if we could get a safe parking, we would have plenty of slots to actually effectively move and offer people a real opportunity.
Good, and you always segue perfectly into my next topic, which was going to be the safe parking discussion. And I am optimistic that we're going to find some sites. I know there's lots of people working on solutions in various places, so hopefully we'll do that. But I want to also point out that the memo that's in the motion that's on the floor, the element on safe parking suggests that the June 30th deadline would not necessarily mean that everybody that's parking there would have to be at another site, because we'd be opening Spring Street as a temporary safe parking site while other dispositions are worked on and while vehicles are fixed, right? That's the idea of the motion is that June 30th doesn't mean that everybody has gotten to a final safe parking destination, but that they're off the grounds and onto the roads and into a more manageable safe parking environment. So I think that that's a good part, important part of the memo that's on the floor. I want to ask that before I wrap up, Councilmember Morales, if he'd accept one more friendly amendment, just as far as aligning the timing of this. I think it would, given that we have the encampment management strategy coming back on April 12th to council, maybe we coincide bringing this back for the overall scheduling of all this as part of that discussion on April 12th. So I just want to ask if you'd accept as a friendly amendment that timing.
I would be fine with that. And I'll ask Judy, do you think, Judy, that would be sufficient time? I know we had the agreement with FAA as you stated, May or June. Does that give us enough time to then notify them if we're potentially going to kick the date out?
Yes, I believe we can make that work.
Okay, thanks. That's fine then, Councilor Coe.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the seconder would have to agree, and then I'm done with my comments. Thank you.
And yes, I agree.
All right, thanks.
All right, and just to clarify, could you just restate the amendment, Sorrel?
There was part of the motion was to start with the June 30th date and come back to council to determine the final date. And I was just suggesting that we do that as part of the encampment management discussion on April 12th.
Right. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Rennes.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the advocates who called in. I know that you get to hear all the perspectives and the interest of the community that surrounds the park and an overall area. I know that you've heard me talk about Welch Park before, so I understand the need and the want to be able to claim back a park or an area. I know that we also have to be very sensitive about how we do this. And so one of the questions that I have is, how does this targeting for this site for housing resource impact those who are waiting and those elsewhere in the city with high VSBAT scores? And of course, you know, I'm always thinking about single mothers that are out there that don't get seen and that are not living in adequate housing conditions. And how are we tracking those scores of those versus the ones in Guadalupe Gardens?
So the homeless programs already through the coordinated entry track the highest people with the highest need, and they are always offered housing resources first. What this option or opportunity with the county is that the city would be able to identify the high priority areas and where we want them to select people first. So, you know, per your all's direction, that's where we would put those resources into. I would note that the county just passed, I think this morning, additional hotel motel vouchers, $500,000 to help with families that are homeless. And there is the family campaign that the county and the housing authority is currently leading, that is designed to put in more resources into family homelessness and to address it so that no child is on the street. And so that's happening now as well concurrently. The first people we removed from this particular site, the Guadalupe, were families with kids. So as soon as we targeted the site, those were the very first people we offered housing to.
And Jackie, if I could just add that housing authority and county partnership relies 40% on city vouchers as well. So we're very much partners in that family initiative.
Right. Well, and there's not enough motels to go around either, right? Or that can accommodate multiple children, or the kind of living condition that we want the kids to be around, or to be able to have a little kitchenette or something, that so that they could have meals that are prepared somewhat at home, right? So I know that's very limited as well.
And I would just add, because when you talked about kitchens, just reminded me, the Housing Authority also just submitted their home key site, which is a home key site primarily for families. And it is a permanent housing site. It will have I believe, have vouchers attached to it. So it'll be very affordable. And that application just got submitted. So that's another opportunity in the city to provide housing for families.
Wonderful. I'm just hoping that we make sure that we don't change the priority for folks as in the process of clearing or relocating folks, that we don't impact others who are also high in priority. And that's mainly who I'm concerned about. I know that families with children is an area that you've been working really hard to address, Jackie, and I really appreciate it. You've worked with us to make sure that those who are surviving from gender-based violence are also addressed. And so, you know, there's a lot of need out there. I just don't want it to get sidestepped at any point. So I appreciate the feedback and thank you for the reassurance.
Thank you. Councilmember Bowling.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the good questions and comments from my colleagues. I really appreciate that. I want to focus on a couple of things, and one is for you, Jackie. You had taught, I really appreciate that we have to do housing first as a priority, because if we simply just close down the encampments, the encampments will grow in other parts of the city. And we know that's happening all over the districts as it is now. So finding permanent housing or even short-term transitional housing is an important step. What is the status of Lot E? I know we got a report on it a couple of weeks ago, but are we moving forward with that? How close are we to being able to utilize it?
So Matt Cano is on the call, and so he's overseeing that, so I will defer to him.
Thanks, Jackie.
Oh, thanks, Jackie. Matt Cano, Director of Public Works. So we're trying really hard to finish in August, although that is a stretch, that it's going to be a stretch right now. So it's more likely going to be completed a month or two after that. But we are, we've started construction, and so we're well on our way, and feel very confident that in that August plus maybe possibly a month or two timeframe, we will be done and have those residents housed shortly thereafter.
So thanks, Matt. So from here on, it's going to take 6 months to construct the dwellings that we need there?
Approximately, yes. So 6 months. It may take a couple months longer, but we are really pushing hard for 6 months, and the developer's been a great partner, or the contractor's been a great partner.
Okay. Be really great if we could figure out how we could do that in 90 days or less. Maybe not with Lot E, but future parcels that we can do short-term housing or temporary housing, making it quicker. Jackie, I have some questions for you regarding the safe parking. Thanks, Matt. Regarding safe parking. Can you tell me what you're looking for as far as location, facility, how big, security issues, how many parking spaces, that kind of thing?
Sure, I'm going to call in a friend and ask Reagan, the deputy, to take that question.
Good
Hi,
evening.
Reagan.
Hi, Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. We're looking for a site that has, I would say, at a minimum 50 spaces, but ideally more. We don't utilize all of the spaces because we do put some space between the vehicles. Paved lighting is key, and then we can bring in things like restrooms and hand washing stations, but I would say at a minimum, a paved lot. We were approached with spaces that aren't paved, and that becomes challenging logistically, and especially in winter time. So I would say paved, minimum of 50 spaces, and lighting are probably the most critical elements.
Have we, and how, where are we looking for space? Are we reaching out to churches? It seems to me that a lot of churches have really big, some of them anyway, have really big parking lots that are not being utilized, might be excess parking available. So how are we reaching out to our community?
We do reach out to churches, and there are some churches who are currently providing safe parking as part of our incidental safe parking ordinance. It is allowed safe parking at places of assembly, and places of assembly is pretty broadly defined. It could be a YMCA, it could be a church, it could be an Elks Lodge. We also, when we released an RFP, we asked service providers to propose sites, and we encouraged partnerships with churches or other similar type organizations. And we did not have a respondent who proposed a site. So I will just say that the siting is challenging.
It sounds like it. I asked a question just in case we have parcels in our district that might work, or churches that we might be able to identify that might have the willingness and the space. So
the other thing I would add, council member, is access 24 hours a day is really important. We don't want to ask households to leave the site during the day, because that just means they go and park in neighborhoods or other places. And so we really want a site where people can stay 24 hours a day. And oftentimes that it doesn't work logistically with places like churches or YWCAs, or so. That's
Okay.
another key element and part of our criteria.
No, that's an excellent point. I appreciate that. So I mean, I'm just thinking of a few churches in our area that are large lots, have large unused parking lots that are paved, but the access 24 hours makes sense. You don't want to displace people from where their new home location is. So, but that gives me some ideas and possible considerations. So I'll connect with you if I come up with anything that sounds reasonable.
Thank you. I appreciate the question.
Thanks, Reagan. I really like, I guess, Nicole, I love the prototype park and some of the things that you're considering. I really do want to do a shout out for pickleball. Pickleball is highly so many people, highly popular in District 9, District 6. We all have tennis courts that have overlays, but having a designated pickleball courts, a big one, would be really awesome at that location. So you've asked for feedback on that. So that's one thing I'll offer you feedback. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't do a shout out for a roller skating rink. One of my staff people, Shirley, is a huge roller skating fanatic, and she would love it if we could have something that is a designated roller skating rink. And it sounds like San Jose Roll Call would be a great partner for that. So something to consider. I imagine. So the question about the prototype is, so this is a prototype to get an idea of how we might be able to activate it. But as a prototype, you're not considering it might be permanent. So will you be coming back to us with a formal plan on activation?
That's a good question. I think that it remains to be determined. We wanted to put forward ideas that we knew we could quickly implement and get people in the space. And then I think we have another question to ask ourselves about whether we embark on a plan for a more permanent set of assets there that might include the roller rink and other activities.
Okay, great. I think anything we can do to activate the space, to get the community there, utilizing it, once it's activated, then it takes it away from being attractive as another place for encampments to grow. And it also could result in protecting our trails, which is really important as well. So everyone has asked such good questions and had really good comments. So really that's the only feedback I wanted to give is on the specifics of the prototype and pickleball, roller skating, and also disc golf. So thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. And certainly not least, Councilor Davis, since it is your district, thank you for your patience and waiting to speak. But let me just offer, I would like to see if we could perhaps wrap up the discussion by 6:30 so we could take a break, because I know we've got a very busy evening agenda. Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't think I'll take the full 10 minutes because it is not my district until Friday. And I want to give a huge shout out to Councilmember Morales for all of his work on this in this space, and also to his team for the wonderful turnover that they are doing with not only this area, but all the areas that are being transferred from District 3 to District 6. So I just want to take a moment to do that. We've always had a good working relationship, and I very much appreciate that. And I also want to thank my colleagues for their memo and Councilmember Morales for the motion to return so that we can talk about whether or not to extend the deadline. I'm really, really hesitant to extend that deadline and want us to really pull out all the stops, because this site has really become a lawless area, and that is not safe for the people who live there, nor for the people who use the trail. And I think we've all probably seen the news report of the person who was assaulted in using that trail, which is extremely concerning. So we absolutely need to get this site cleared and get people housed. The question that I have, and it was alluded to a little bit in the presentation, I'd like to press on it a little bit more. The activation alternatives, I think Nicole already knows how I feel about pickleball. We get a lot of requests for that, but I understand that we want to do things that are cheap and quick, and I think that's really important to get this site activated as soon as possible. I think the disc golf is a great idea, and I know that's actually one of those up and coming. We didn't see pickleball coming, and I think there's another disc golf site that got put in and has been very well utilized. So I think that's another up and coming sport, and I'm glad that we have a space for it. And I'm also glad, and Nicole already knows this because I've given her the feedback with my 3 dogs who don't really love dog parks because they're antisocial, but I think the big dog parks are really, that big dog park is a really good idea. And I know that it will be well utilized because all the dog parks that I've ever been to with my skittish dogs have been very, very well utilized. So I appreciate the prototype and the suggestions. The question that I have is, how fast can these be implemented if you get budget for them and that budget would start in July?
I'm going to defer a little bit to Matt. I think the disc golf course, I think we could get through pretty quickly, because if we build it the way we built the one at Kelly Park, the community really led that build. But when it comes to the dog park implementation, I'm gonna kick that one over to Matt, because I think it's going to come from his team.
Thanks, Councilman, for your question, and Nicole for deferring to me or bringing it to me. I don't want to say I hate to say it depends, but a lot of it does, and I think we'd have to report back next time we come to council on this. There's a bunch of different ways to build a dog park. We could simply put up a fence and that's it, which doesn't necessarily serve the needs of the community. It doesn't necessarily provide the water and a few other amenities. Depends on the type of surface. So just putting up a fence can be a little quicker. If we really were to design a really, dog park that had water in all the right locations and shade and everything like that, it would be a much longer term project. And so I think depending on the feedback we get today and the direction we get today, we're really going to need to put our heads together as staff in the near future and talk through what needs to be implemented and what are the best methods. The traditional design, bid, award, procurement may not be the best method for some of this stuff. It may be more of a quick build item that can be done through non-traditional ways. And so, sorry, I don't have an exact answer for you to that, but we do know we need to get an answer quickly back to you all.
Councilmember, can I jump in just to say one thing? Yeah. This is Jim Shan, the city's budget director. I think it sounds like the discussion that we're having here, and if this motion sort of goes forward, I think when we come back in that April timeframe, I think we will evaluate, what funding we may have available to kickstart some of the work and provide some options there. We do have the reserve that the mayor had mentioned in his memo that may be a likely place to kickstart, but we'll also have to think about it in context of the proposed. So I don't know if we would want to wait until the proposed process, but try to provide some feasible options for consideration when we come back in April, I think it is.
Jim, you can always interrupt if you're telling me we can move up the timeline by moving dollars forward. I'm happy to hear that. And Matt, to your point about the feedback today, I would like to suggest we don't make perfect be the enemy of the good, and that quick build is really the way to go. I've been to dog parks in other places that are in both Denver and also in Tacoma, Washington, that are really very simple. And they don't even always have water. They're just fenced off areas, and you kind of, what you're getting or what you're not getting when you bring your dogs there. And I think there's water near enough by because of Columbus Park that having it go all the way to the dog park is probably not all that necessary. And we don't need the surface itself probably can just be pretty raw. I don't think that's an issue, honestly. I don't think there has to be turf, on every dog park site. I really don't. We don't get that much rain, unfortunately, for the environment. We don't get that much rain, but for this purpose, there aren't going to be that many days where it's not usable because it's too muddy. And some dogs like that. Although I suppose most owners don't. So given what Jim said, in terms of implementation, and if we put up a fence and maybe even phased it where we made it available if we were going to bring water in or plant some trees or something like that. Also, summer's not a great time to plant trees. I know John and Nicole have both told me that. We could make it available pretty quickly. Am I right?
Yes, I'd really like to commit to getting back to you all, because we definitely understand the urgency, and we
okay.
and we we have
So
a,
when you come
a
back,
lot of, we have a
when this
lot of
item comes
projects. with-
back-
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so when this item comes back, can you come back to us with a timeline? If we're coming back in April?
Sure, yeah. we can do that.
Okay, that would be great. And then I would also appreciate, and I won't ask this now, although I was going to, but I would also appreciate a report on what will be done to keep the area clear in the meantime. So the time between we've cleaned it and we're starting this process where we've got people on site to build the prototype. And I don't know who I'm directing that to, so I'm going to say, John, can you answer that question for me?
Yeah, I can try. It's definitely a concern of ours, but
Yeah.
one of the things we've talked about is securing the site. So, for example, if you look at phase 1 and 2 now, we put the K-rail around it. That sort of
Right.
gives us something to defend in a way.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make it easy for people to drive up in there, which is a big issue. So there's things like that we can do in the meantime, but we would still have to keep eyeballs on the space. If by some possibility we were able to clear everybody out of there by June 30th, including all RVs and cars, we'd still have to be there and be checking on it. Because if you don't, and this is why we talked about the maintenance team just being there and caring for it and stewarding the land. But if you don't, then it looks like it's unused and people start to come back in.
And who's responsible for that if it's not going to be maintenance?
If it's not going to be maintenance, then we'd probably at least initially rely on the observations of the Resiliency Corps folks we have out there and just ask them, hey, every day drive up Spring Street and take a look. And if you see something, tell us. It's a little bit like we do in D7 on the Coyote Creek Trail, the trail safety program that Council member Esparza was talking about. That's not just police. We also have Conservation Corps folks just riding up and down. I think you saw them at the ribbon cutting. They were there. And their whole job is just to alert us to things going on, pick up the basic trash, keep the trail clear, and alert us to things and connect to the ranger and say, we've got an issue here, we need to deal with something. So it would probably be something like that.
Okay, thank you. And I see I totally used almost my whole entire 10 minutes, so I will stop now. And thank you. I will look forward to having regular updates about this from staff on Zoom or in my office offline. Thanks.
Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. And I don't know if Jackie or her team are still here. I just want to pick up on a conversation that we were having about a week ago, and it went over just a little bit long, and then we didn't really finish it. So just as we're talking about moving forward and finding places for these folks to go, one of the things that really pops up for me is the kind of coordination that I'm hoping we have with the county. And Jackie, this was based on the conversation that we were having a week ago, and finding real strong support for our folks, especially in terms of mental health services. So could you just give me a rundown of what kind of partnership we have and how we've been able to strengthen it or still not strengthen that support system, and what we need to do?
Sure. I think I'm going to turn it over to Reagan first because she has the relationship with the behavioral health team that has been brought on to these targeted sites through our encampment program at SOAR. And so, and then I'll add anything.
Hi, thanks for the question. Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. We have a regular meeting with the County Office of Supportive Housing as well as County Behavioral Health to go over our client lists and what their needs are, whether that's housing or behavioral health needs or substance treatment needs. And so we have been, in our world, we call it case conferencing. where we're discussing specific clients and what their needs are and trying to do warm handoffs. Again, whether it's a warm handoff to a behavioral health team member, or whether it's a warm handoff to Valley Homeless Healthcare, for example, for medical needs.
Mm-hmm. So I guess more specifically, the question that I'm asking is, how's that working out?
I think it feels similar to, I guess, housing options, right? We know we don't have enough housing options for people. We don't have enough extremely affordable housing to put people into. We don't have enough treatment beds for people or enough services to meet mental health needs.
So, so for folks that are out there, some of this is obviously it's a shortage of housing units, and we know this. We don't have enough housing units. We're not building fast enough, and we're using every tool in the at our disposal. We're trying to build faster. We're pulling on the state. We're trying to get funding from X, Y, and Z. We're using tiny homes, shelters, motel rooms, et cetera, et cetera. So a great deal of this is a lack of affordability. But a lot of this is also, or only, I should say, it's not because of housing, it's because of a mental health issue. And what came first, the chicken or the egg? I'm not going to debate that. So I want to understand how we strengthen that relationship and where we need to focus and who we, and I know we've talked about this, and there's been other council members who are no longer here on the council who have also brought this up. But as I see some of these issues, and I'm seeing them in my district for sure, I just saw a very unfortunate incident, in fact, just last week. And I'm seeing them even in other cities. In terms of providing these services, I want to understand, first I want to understand, is the relationship between us and the county the kind of relationship that provides the kind of services that we need? Understanding that we don't have enough, but is it the kind of relationship that we need so that we could provide at least the kind of services that are currently on the table?
Councilman Crossco, while housing is pondering that very big question, because that is a big question, has a lot of pieces to it, I want to ask, Jackie, we are having Measure E starting to come back next week, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I just want to offer some of these larger issues around homeless and housing. I suspect may be part of our discussion next week. I have to admit I'm getting antsy because we're still at 6:30 and we've got a long way to go. And so perhaps we could offer fairly succinct responses now, but much deeper dive.
Yeah, and I'll definitely get into a much deeper dive. I'm just going to scratch the surface right now. So this is let's just say it's a cliffhanger, a teaser,
sure.
if you will.
This is a teaser.
But I will say this for maybe preparation for that discussion. I do want to dive deeper into this because if we don't dive deeper, Mayor, and truly hold accountable, we're not in the business of mental health. And we do need to start definitely, at least from our end, creating a systems that holds the other systems accountable. But we still have to do our end of it, right? So what is our end? And I think that's what I'm getting at is from our end and from your perspective, do we at least have the system that needs to be set up in order to be able to provide whatever limited capacity there is, the best possible product to those individuals that need it?
I would say we have made significant inroads over the last year, but we are nowhere near where we need to be in order to address the mental health issues that some of the people who are homeless experience. And I would say that's also true around drug treatment and alcohol as well, that there are, we need more very specific services and beds because the issue with both mental health and drug and alcohol is that we have to catch the person. When the person says, I am ready for the assistance, boom, there's got to be a bed because the opening and the opportunity is there. And that opening and opportunity doesn't always exist a week later for that person, given their experience and what's happening to them. So I don't think we have a sufficient access to resources, but we are making progress. And we can get into it more next week.
We'll get into it more next week. And again, we continue to contend that we're not in the business of mental health services. We're not equipped, and I don't believe that it's the city's job to provide that. We continuously say the county is the very last safety network, the last safety net for our most vulnerable individuals, whether that's that single mom who's on her very last leg or the individual who just has nowhere else to turn. That is the county's role. And so if not the county, then who? If not the county, then who? And so that's the conversation that I hope that we can truly bite into next week and have that kind of conversation for the individual who can't even make a decision for themselves, who is in the street and who cannot articulate one way or the other. Whose responsibility is that? And whose responsibility is it to keep a woman safe from being raped, beat, mutilated, or worse? I don't know, worse, killed. I want to be able to have that conversation. So thank you, Mayor. But it is, I think, a conversation that we keep kind of kicking down the road one way or the other. But I think it's until we truly have that conversation, as painful as it is, we're going to. Housing is not the only answer. We've got to deal with these underlying issues.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, just a quick question. Can Jackie or Reagan let me know who's what type of who's providing the funding for the Guadalupe emergency interim housing in the police parking lot? Where's that coming from?
$6 million is coming from Peter and Susanna Powell, a philanthropic gift. Another $1 million is coming from Destination Home.
Oh.
And then I think we're using some, Jackie, I'm trying to remember if we've got funding from the state on that one, the HAP.
It is, I think
Reagan nodded her head, yeah.
Yeah, so Reagan, with I guess what I'm getting at is, I know sometimes depending on where the money comes from, we're sort of handcuffed on what we're allowed to do as it relates to preferences are given to certain groups or individuals in certain areas. And so the reason I ask this is that, or the question I have is, in the memo, in the staff memo, it seems like we're fairly certain the folks that are here along the trail and in this area are going to go directly there. I know there's only about 76 spaces, but there's no, it's stated very sort of like that's the expectation, but there are no restrictions as it relates to offering them a preference to that location. And that's why I ask about the funding, because I'm wondering if that's the case.
The emergency interim housing sites are not using coordinated entry, council member, and that's where the VI SPDAT comes in and housing our most vulnerable. For our emergency interim housing sites, our overnight warming location sites, our safe parking sites, we can and we do use a geographic preference where we can invite people who are unsheltered
Nearby.
within proximity to those sites to come
Okay.
in. So we did that, for example, at the Felipe Bridge Housing Community when we opened it. We probably had about a dozen folks who were living in an encampment on Felipe Avenue move into the Felipe Bridge Housing Community.
Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. The conversation's been very robust already. I really appreciate staff's update and all the work that's gone into this. Just want to chime in that I also agree with the direction around the prototype park. Appreciated various comments there, including most recently Councilmember Davis's good comments about not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. Very much agree. Would also, like many of my colleagues, be very concerned about allowing the timeline to slip further. Suspect we generally all agree on that. And then I just felt the need to thank Councilmember Carrasco for her comments. And I realize they, maybe somewhat beyond the scope of this specific action, so I won't belabor the point myself, but I think it's such an important point, one that I've personally tried to talk about quite a bit over the last year, and I'm glad we're going to engage in further conversation at the council level about the role of our partners at the county related to mental health and addiction. And I'll just say from my own experience with loved ones suffering from both, that I don't think it can simply be when I'm ready for services, they need to be available. I think that's true for many, and for others, that won't be sufficient. So look forward to that conversation. Thank you, Councilor Carrasco. I appreciate your comments. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. One last question before we vote. I just want to ask John, do you need council authority, perhaps in this motion, to be able to use any of that 1.5 million? Maybe this is for Judy Ross, and that 1.5 million for bollards that are very close to the or adjacent to the airport land.
No. Oh, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, the only thing I would indicate is maybe if there's a procurement process that we'd have to follow.
Okay. So you have the flexibility now to go be able to do that. Okay, great.
Mayor, Matt, can I just real quick, I don't think we'll be bidding out a project over $1 million necessarily based on this, but if some additional flexibility could be to modify the direction for the Director of Public Works to award any and all projects within the scope of the activation under my authority. That way we could go a little quicker if we run into that.
I think Councilmember Perales had the motion. Is that right? Just want to confirm that would be okay with the maker of the motion. Councilmember Perales may have a disconnect.
I'm sorry. No, yeah, if it can be restated, please.
Matt, you're looking for authority. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just providing for council to give the Director of Public Works authority to award any and all projects within the scope of the park activation and access within the $1.5 million limit.
Yes, that is fine.
Great. All right, and that's okay with the seconder?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas. Arenas.
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
I want to thank the many members of the community for their patience. Councilor Esparza, I assume you want to speak about the timing.
Yeah, I had a question. If we could take a very, very short dinner and maybe go into the forestry plan, I'm willing to bet a lot of the folks that are online right now are for that item.
You're probably right. So I'm happy to take that up when we come back. Why don't we come back at 7:10? Hopefully it gives everybody enough chance to gobble something down and come back. So thanks everyone for your patience, and we'll begin with 5.2 at 7:10. Thank you.